Yo, yo. What is up, everybody? Hold on, my mic is too sensitive. Hopefully that's better. Just turn it towards me here. What's up, Dad? Hey, Daniel. What's good, brother? Good to see you out here. It's good to be back, as always. Trying to find where my camera will sit nice here. There's always camera struggles. Camera angle struggles. So, we're still working on this one here today. Been a lot much farther along on it. Basically been editing videos for like the last week. Scheduling them out, trying to stay ahead of myself. Good morning, Stephanie, good to see you. Can you guys hear my voice okay over the music? I turned my mic sensitivity down. So, be a thing. I should be streaming on X, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter today, or Twitch. Finish up this guy today. Yo, Star Trek. Hey, what's going on? Wow, what a channel name, huh? Have you heard about the Man of Galilee? That's I can't even believe they let you have that long of a channel name. Seems like too many characters. Everything clear, but I can't see the. Oh, you're right. You can't see the chats. Let me fix that. Why would that be? Huh. I don't know why the chat isn't on the screen. It should be. Everything's clear, that's good. Nice painting, dude. Thank you so much, Star Trek. Good to see you, by the way. Been playing board games in the morning on a board game arena. That sounds nice. Really nice. Thank you so much. I'm not sure what to call you. I'll just call you the Man of Galilee. How's that? I'm not gonna say your full channel name every time I respond to you, but it's an epic channel name. Excellent free site for board games. Noted. I don't see it either. Yeah, I'm actively seeing what's up with this here. Maybe I gotta refresh it. Oh, you know what it might be? Huh. Someone. I'm at work currently, but I like your paintings. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. The new goal is to be live every other day. So basically, today is a live day. And then on the off days, what's gonna happen is you guys are gonna get a painting video uploaded to all the platforms. My main platforms are like Facebook, YouTube, for the most part. I'm really trying to grow my Instagram and my Twitch, and what was the other thing? My TikTok, but like I'm having trouble. So, I'll have you on mute, unfortunately, as soon as I need to answer the phone. You're good, no worries. I'm grateful you tuned in anyway. It's mostly visual. Oh, my camera got a little darker there. The clouds are like passing over the sun and changing the exposure on me. I'm pretty okay at watercolors. Awesome. I love watercolors. I'm honestly better at opaques. I've been learning watercolors over the last 2.5 years more heavily. I've definitely had more of a grasp on them, but I wouldn't say that they're like my comfiest still. But I love the process. I like working from dark to light. It's very enjoyable. What is with this chat? What's with the chat? Huh. Why would that be? I don't know why it's not working. I'm sorry, guys. I got something like... See, that shit is like... Why is that? I didn't touch anything. Like, since the last stream, I haven't touched where chat is on the thing. My guess is it's gotta be something to do with the link here. So let me see if I go. Play comments from all platforms on your screen. Copy. Okay. Maybe I just gotta redo the link here. Let me try that. I don't know why it's not working, guys. I'm gonna type a couple tests here. Never fails to be a stream problem, huh? There's that. Oh, there we go. I think it just worked. You guys see that now? Right? Can you see the chat is ready to display messages? That's what you should see. Let me see. I had to reset all your things on the screen, unfortunately. Test. Alright, sweet. Let's go! I don't know why those emojis are messing up. That's been a thing lately too, so. Wish I had the answers. Alright. Cool. Finally. Are you using acrylics? Not on this one. This one's pure gouache. But the fun part about gouache is you can act like it's watercolor, or you can just go completely opaque. And in my last painting I did I treated it more like watercolor, but this one I'm doing it thicker, more opaque. Just for like learning reasons, experimental reasons. But yeah, this is gouache. I find that it has a really nice matte finish. It's great for filming. You don't get much glares on it, but I love acrylic just as much, and I've done some of my recent paintings in acrylic too. We're going to be doing more in acrylic. I really like. I revisited it recently, and I realized how much I missed it. So I'm just spritzing my palette here. This is another beautiful thing about gouache here. I'm gonna do it away from the painting though. But you can leave your palette for pretty much as long as you want, and it will come back to life with some water. And this palette's a airtight one when you close it, and like if I close this like this, with it being this wet, it'll still be wet in the morning or the next day. Gloss. Oh, wash. Oh, you mean like how did I do it with the gouache? You can do a wash with it. Let me see here. I can probably show you what I mean really fast. See. Let me show you something quick. I'm just dragging it over to this screen. Rig. Oh. I don't know why it does this shit. Okay. Anyway. I'm just trying to find the spot in the video. So this is a gouache painting here that I did recently. This video will be coming out in like a week or two, so you're not allowed to watch the whole thing, but I'm just showing you this part of it. So this is gouache right here, and you'll see right here I do a wash. See that? They're kind of like a burnt sienna wash, and I let it dry. So you can treat it like watercolor, like that, and then just, you know, start layering it up. But so that was gouache. I just basically thinned it. And the cool thing about gouache is it works the Winsor & Newton. I use Winsor & Newton, and it works hands in hand with the Winsor & Newton watercolors too. So like you can use both products together and they work great. Gotta clean my ears. Wow, what's wrong with your ears, brother? I like the blue-orange contrast. Yeah, so the experiment with this one was to push the saturation as much as possible for my own personal explorations. So I'm gonna brush this out here again. What else do I want here? I don't know where my grass brush went. And honestly, I didn't have to use that Winsor & Newton for that wash. I was just experimenting. I find it's more ideal to use the watercolor for the washes because it's just like designed to be really thin, and it thins out a little bit better than the gouache, I'll say that. There's something a little bit more like milky, I guess, or cloudy about the gouache, even though it's so close. But I see artists all the time, they just use the gouache, and that's kind of what I'm leaning towards too, because I like to keep things simple as possible. But so I've only painted this whole painting with about 3 brushes. I used a bigger one like this, probably like the brush that I used to do large area, you know. Not like you don't already know, but you have an excellent natural painting talent. Well, thank you, man. I don't know. I need y'all to tell me that, because it's very subjective. Subjective world out there. So I appreciate that, brother. I sometimes question if people think my artwork is good or not, even though that sounds insane, but hear me out, because, and I know I shouldn't use this as a metric, that's the thing, but I swear, like, I don't know how, I still can't figure out how to get in front of people's eyes, so here I am still grinding, and sometimes the algorithm makes me feel like my art's bad. I know that's not true, but it's just like, man, what am I doing wrong? Like, why did my paint video only get 3 likes yesterday? Or like, it only got like 7 likes. I've had posts before get like 180, 200. It's just like, what am I doing wrong? Why doesn't it get pushed out there? How do people draw stick figures on Reels and they get 600k likes? Like, I feel like if the algorithm just gave me one freaking chance and just put me out there one time, like just give me one video with 30,000 views, please. Like, I feel like people would actually like finally see me and they'd be like, who is this? You know, and then they'd like come to my channel, but it just doesn't. I just like, I feel capped. Like every TikTok I do gets only 200 views. Like, it just, everything just feels capped. Like, I feel like I'm purposely getting limited and I don't know why. I try everything all the time. I'm trying something new every day. Hashtags, networking, groups, different platforms, trends, you name it. The backroom shit did good. That was a trend that worked. When the backrooms was trending and we were doing backrooms painting, so there's something that works. But still, it just, I don't know how people are breaking it up, you know. So my point to all that is like sometimes it leaves me feeling like, am I bad then? Like, is it because I'm bad? Like, am I not good enough yet? You know, like I don't know. It's just weird these days, man. It's not like it used to be, like 2017. No, dude, your artwork's really good. Thanks, man. Once you're proud of your art in progress, the rest is a bonus. Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely happy with where I am in my art progress. Don't get me wrong. I've worked really hard to get to this point, and lately I've just hit 30. I'm 31 years old, and I want to say that the last like 3 years, I've really felt like I've finally come into my style and feel comfortable kind of attacking any subject. But take until then. And to even choose the mediums I like too. I drew pencil and pen and ink, and I didn't even touch paint till like 8 years ago. And when I finally did, I was like, why haven't I touched this? Dude, having a channel and getting views is tough. Yeah, I mean, it's like, it feels hopeless sometimes. Like, it feels like I'm doing everything wrong, but it's like, it's almost like they want you to feel like that. I uploaded a meme video with 40 minutes I forgot. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's what I'm saying, man. You put 25 hours into a painting, you put 8 hours into editing the video, you upload it, it gets 5 likes, and you're just like, it's not because the video is bad, or the art's bad. It's not. It just isn't. Like, I've been creating content my whole life, and it's just, I know that's not the reason. There's just something weird about it. Yeah, I am doing a giveaway already, actually. So anyone who commented on, after I finish this painting, we're moving on to the Apocalypse Disney idea. And I'm picking a random person who contributed on Facebook in the posts, in the comment section to the ideas, to get a free print. So there's my first step into that. And here's the thing though, Star Trek. I don't know if YouTube cares about this. I don't know if TikTok cares about this. I don't know if Instagram, but Facebook. They literally say in the terms and conditions that if you try to do giveaways, they'll shove you down in organic reach. Can you believe that? I swear, I read it the other day. I'm like, it's like I should just go make a fucking meme channel. No, dude, the way you're able to get so many shades of green on that Tiberium pick is really cool. Thanks, brother. That was actually an experimental palette. I only used like dark purple, green, and like white. Like I purposely got really weird on that palette. That video is coming out soon. The process of the painting, it's coming out in a 3-4 days. I forget. But I named it Tiberium in honor of you. If you go read the caption, yeah, I mentioned that someone in chat gave me that idea. And if it lets me tag you, I'll adjust the description to have your Star Trek name in it. But I appreciate that, yeah. Tiberium it is. I think I said something like, I didn't have a name for it. It used to be called Green World Doodle. Now it's Tiberium or something, I forget. That's just the curse of the trend flow, yeah. I would do board game reviews if anything. That sounds cool. That's a cool channel idea. Yes, Apocalyptic Disney, really. Yeah, so basically we're like, it started out with me doing a post where I was like, I know I'm here talking a lot. We're gonna, you know how the streams go, but I don't gotta tell you guys anymore. We'll get to painting at some point. I usually have to talk to y'all for a minute, but what happened was I was just like, if you guys wanted to see me like abandon / make an apocalyptic scene of a place, like what would it be? And a lot of people said like an amusement park or Disney. So like we picked Disney, and then like the next post was like, okay, what happened to Disney? You know, was it a flood? Was it a meteor? Was it? So like that's like, I still actually haven't decided. I'm leaning a combination of a couple because like they were all such good ideas and I can't do all of them. You know, like there was like one guy was like, the particle collider messed up and opened up micro black holes everywhere, and now there's just like space-time warps with weird creatures. But like, you know, I think the flood idea is really good. I think like the flood should be combined with like something, you know, like it's flooded and, you know, the other thing, because it's in Florida. Well, I know Disneyland isn't. Well, I'm thinking about Disney World. Wait, is it Disney World in Florida? I always get the two mixed up, but we're thinking it's very I can't think of the word. It's fitting for it to be flooded because it's like, you know, low elevation and all that. Damn, I did things totally awesome. I bragged to my family and they were like, what? They gotta be okay with that. That's awesome. I was at Disneyland last night. Have a Magic Key Unlimited Pass. Really? You were just casually at Disneyland last night? What, do you live right next to it? The drawings escaped and became zombies. I don't know. One of the more left field ideas that someone said that the Mario crew, so like, you know, like Peach, Toad, Yoshi, Luigi, like raided Disney and like killed all like the Disney crew. But that's like, it's not that I can't do it, it's just like I'm not trying to spend 50 hours on that painting, you know what I mean? I kind of want to keep it a little more lighthearted and fun, but still render it to a degree where it's impressive. I suggest that. It's the first time I've opened up your stream in a while. Very weird to see you talking about my message. No shit, that was you? You're the one who thought of the Mario Party thing? That's so... Did you just jump in here as I said that? What the hell? Good to see you, Russ. Oh, the mini black holes. Word. Either one. That's still funny. 15 minutes away? Are you kidding me, dude? You must be bored of Disney, then. You must have seen it all like 17 times. I haven't been to Disney since I was like 14. I'm 31, so it's been a while. It's probably changed a lot. They had the Incredible Hulk ride. No, that was Universal Studios. Well, you're talking about Land, right? World is in Florida. Is Land or World in Florida? Which one is it? Or is Land the one in California or whatever? Magic Key passes cost $1,600. Jesus, man. I don't think Disney's that fun. I mean, it's a good time, but it's not worth $1,600. Because you spend another $1,600 once you get in there on water bottles and popcorn anyway. So you get a basket of chicken tenders and fries and it's like fucking 20 bucks. It's like, Jesus Christ. I better have caviar with my fucking chicken tenders. That's how much it costs. Land is California. Okay, so I do have it right. I better have caviar with truffle sauce on top of it. My chicken tenders cost $20. Oh man, a rare truffle sauce too. Wife thinks so. Plus, you get a discount, 20% off. All, so not so bad. Hey, that's fair. That's fair. Cause you know it's expensive in there. You know, $6 bottles of water and shit. We used to have passes and went a couple of times a week when I lived in Irvine. You lived in Irvine? No shit. That's where, isn't that where Blizzard is? Like Blizzard's, like the video game company? Like, isn't that where, like, their headquarters are? Like the World of Warcraft? Cheaper to work there than be a visitor. I can see that. Same price as food places around here anyway. Yeah, is California like hyper expensive right now? I live in Tennessee and like there's been so many Californians moving from Tennessee, moving to Tennessee, like pouring in like by the day, and houses are just going up and prices are just going up. It's like, keep your expensive shit over there. I'm just kidding. You can bring full coolers? Wow, I'm surprised. I mean, that's probably safe of them to do, you know, because it can get real hot, probably. Want people to stay hydrated. Of course, I would never move. It's probably beautiful over there. I want to explore the northwestern coast, like Oregon, Washington, Alaska, and I want to see all that shit. I want to see those giant cliffs that go off to the beach, and I want to take pictures of them, and I want to paint them. I want to bring my easel. I remember when I drove to Arizona to visit Steph. Steph's in chat right now. Long story short, she has commissioned many artworks from me, but one of the bigger ones I hand delivered to her house in Arizona from Tennessee. And what was my point? I forgot what I was saying. That's what it was. As I was driving to Arizona, like almost every foot of the way, I was like, "Oh my god, I gotta come back just to paint this shit." Like I was almost like a little frustrated that I couldn't like get out and paint more. But I wasn't like, I don't take that step as I didn't enjoy it. I just meant like personally, like not like angry, frustrated, just like, oh, I want to paint that, you know? But it was more about friends and family on that. But I need to do like a personal trip, you know? That's like not about friends and family, and it's about like solo journeying through like beautiful places and like bringing them home, or you know, I want to plein air paint them, but also I have a whole library of photographs. Like every time I see something beautiful, I'll have to take a picture of it, and it just in case like I go back and I want to paint it. It's just kind of how I've always been. Catch up and chat here. It's the best, dude. It looks fucking beautiful out there. Half of Scottsdale has CA license plates these days. It's like South Cal East. Gotcha. It would be the culture shock for you to see Huntington Beach. The women here are insane. What kind of insane though? Lots of cool piers to paint. Oh, like you mean like piers as in like those big like eroded cliffs? Those are dope. I know what you're talking about. Who even watches live streams on X? I don't even know I stream there. It's just like another option. It's like, yeah. Like that's a random jump, but that's another platform that just like I can't figure out yet. I don't get the organic reach like on Twitter. I don't get it. And like, you know what? I sometimes do, but it gets on me to just like make it a full-time job to be in comment sections all day trying to get people to come click on my profile, and just like, you know, like if I comment on something, I try to be genuine, like because I actually want to. So I don't know. Okay, let's add some paint to this. That was a nice introduction chat. It's good when you spray your palette too. Let it sit a minute. Let the water soak into the paint again. It doesn't really activate right away. This is a legendary spray bottle. I bought this in 2019 during the you know what, because everyone was hand sanitizer crazy. But yeah. Oh shit! Look at me ruining my painting. Sorry. When that happens, gently dab, and basically don't rub. Incredible looking babes everywhere. You'll be in shock just going to Target. X feels a lot like a bot farm regardless. You're better off finding more grounded communities. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know how to interact with it properly. I guess. Like I've had Twitter, or I've had my Twitter since I was in high school, like 9th grade. Okay. I think I've been out of high school for like 14 years now, or 12 years or something. And like, I probably haven't gained more than 20 followers. I don't get it. Just kind of deciding where I want to attack next here. I really like your mini black hole idea, by the way, Russ. That one's stuck with me in my brain. I've thought about it a lot. Well, sometimes there's nothing left to do besides just touch the paper. see here. I haven't touched this painting in several days. Sometimes it takes a minute when you do that to get back into the flow of it. I heard a great quote from a great painter, and I don't remember his name, but he said something along the lines of, try not to take too long, or, you know, in between your artworks, because what happens is you'll forget what you did in the last one that made it beautiful. It stuck with me, and it's like, huh, he's right, because there's all these little tricks you stumble across that you don't necessarily remember, because they're kind of like relevant to just that painting and how you're approaching it. And it's kind of easy to like forget where you were on that. I don't necessarily remember exactly which green I was pulling from here. I do want to make it a little bit darker though. Let's try that. I like that. I feel like a bot farmer said that. Good afternoon. Hey, Christina, good to see you here. The painting has really grown since you last started, my friend. It has, you're right. It's been at quite of a pause. I've been doing a lot of video editing, and I apologize too. I haven't had a lot of time allocated to my Relaxing Planet channel, so I want to get some more videos up there as well. I have this electric bike that I love riding out to go find things to paint, and I think it'd be fun to try some videos where I take you all along for the whole ride. This painting's actually kind of semi for somebody. So there's this girl on Facebook I follow, and her name is Emma James Portraiture, and she does amazing animal portraits. She definitely worth going to check her stuff out. Emma James Portraiture. But she took a picture, and I saw it and I was like, wow. I was like, do you mind if I paint this? Because it's just a beautiful picture. It doesn't look exactly like this. I'm kind of giving my additions to it, you know, as I normally do, but and she was like, let me know what it looks like when I'm done. So this is kind of like a semi collabby kind of thing going on. Not really a collab, but like a, yeah, sure, let me see it when you're done. So hopefully she likes it. Not sure if this is the brush I want to use. Maybe it'll be good enough for her to share it, hopefully. She has 1 million+ followers, so I'm not attached to that, but it'd be dope. See, I'm trying things, Star Trek, you know? Trying to do something new every day. I'm sure she's really a great artist. I hope so, because she's a great artist too. Let's get pink right here. I like to jump into my photo studies too. And I suggest everyone does. It's how you learn what the world looks like. And then you can change it from there. But definitely going through a heavy Winsor Newton gouache phase right now. water drops of death attacking me today. And basically a water drop of death, for those of you who don't know, is just when you get that giant glob of water that falls off of your paintbrush. Let's see. I was gonna say, it's very heartwarming to see all you guys jump in so suddenly. Making me feel loved today. Making me feel like all the effort I've put in over the last, I don't even know how long anymore, was worth it. You guys actually make me feel like I've grown a little bit of a community that actually exists. I remember how long it just took to get to 50 Twitch followers. It was insane. Hey, Kay, good to see you. So glad you're here. I get happy when I get a stream alert. I get happy when I hear that you get happy that you get a stream alert. Hey, just in case you didn't notice, your website isn't linked in the YouTube description. I'm scrolling through the site right now. It's so sick. The last joint is so soothing. It must have been a blast. It's funny that you call that painting soothing, because it's literally about the end of the world. Your website isn't linked in the YouTube description. It isn't? Oh, I did. Oh, okay, yeah, it's just my socials. You're right. Huh. I will change that from now. I'm not gonna go all crazy about it. Here, I'm gonna send the website link in the chat for anyone else who wants to check it out. The discount code today, by the way, is Sunset10. I forgot to mention that. We do a discount code every stream to thank you for watching me. And it's usually 10% off. That's the one today. And yeah, you can use that off anything. I need me some golden colors here. Yeah, I made it through the heart valve replacement. Yes! So glad. So glad to hear that. I'll be here. You are a good channel and you're social and you do interesting stuff. Well, thank you, Christina. I'm so glad that you're here. You've actually helped make me feel like my Relaxing Planet channel idea isn't pointless. I wasn't sure if anyone would even really care about that one. That's like one of those experiments, you know? I kind of already explained it before, but... little bit too much paint there. Dab it off. My favorite paintbrush cleaning tool has been a sponge, a dry sponge off to the side lately. It's so good. I think this brush is a little too fat for the texture I'm trying to get. I'm gonna switch here. Thanks, I'm glad too. Relaxing Planet. You do so much video work for the channels. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, it's exhausting sometimes. Like, I can't tell you how many times I wish I had the money to just pay someone to video edit for me. So I can just create and not deal with that part of it, but yeah, it's easy to spread yourself thin. Done it many times. It's literally a full-time job that isn't paying me anything yet. So that's the caveat. I probably pour 50 plus hours a week into my art and my channels. And it's on sheer determination and hope and belief that it will pay off. It has. I'm not saying that like it hasn't. It's paid off in so many ways that I can't even list, and I have sold art over the years and sold a lot of it. I'm grateful. It just hasn't crossed into the oh no, I can't pay, you know, it hasn't crossed into the like I don't have to pay rent this month yet, so I'm always like torn away from it. So that adds like the basically just like delivering and doing art and just that's the plan right now. Barely making it, my friends. Bills wise, like I'm saying, I'm happy, I'm grounded, I love my life, I love where I live, everything's great. Bills wise, it's still a quest, but that's okay. I've decided what I want to do, and it ain't changing. Yeah, y'all are gonna see me here as a 42-year-old still doing this, and then a 52-year-old after that if I make it, so on and so forth. Hopefully by the time I'm 40, this channel will have 1 million subscribers, and I'll still see all your wonderful faces hopping in chat. Even though I don't really see your faces. I always have to call myself out, literally. It's like a brain thing. Ratio theory dictates that it will balance out at some point, and bills won't be an issue. As long as I don't stop, right? The way I look at it. All these like dead leaves that are surrounding where these like bushes are or whatever, so slowly etching that in. There's always like this relaxing into it period when I finally sit back down to paint again. I love these little chisel brushes. They're my favorite lately. I create a lot of my textures with them. And I've experimented with putting the gouache on very thick. So far it works alright. I've had bad experiences with the thick gouache before, but I think I've learned how to manipulate it now. Don't stop. I'll do my best. I am noticing color hues more and how light makes a change to everything. Yeah. The more you study color, the more you'll see the world differently. And it's something you have to see for yourself. But it's definitely a thing. You'll see blues and shadows more, and you'll pick up on subtleties that you didn't quite pick up on before. And then you end up just kind of seeing the world that way. It's kind of fascinating, you know? It's kind of almost a direct proof to like perception is reality. I used to think just like, you know, a shadow under a tree was like dark gray. With a blue sky. But now I know it's blue, in fact. It'll be more blue, of course, the farther it gets from you. As you look through more and more air. The thicker the air is between you and the subject, the more atmosphere color will be infused there. In a weird way, in some aspects, I've actually started more saturated farther out and getting more natural on the way in, and something about it is looking cool. The late winter sun makes craziest highlights. I saw sunlight across the water through the tall pine trees. It was wild. Yeah. The early morning and late day has the best lighting, or the prettiest, I'd say. But you can get some gorgeous high noon days with the cloud shadows and stuff too. Subtleties, yeah. Perception is reality, absolutely. Quite literally. But you know, the reason I feel like I gotta defend it, because people get all like Then like how come when I say like I want to see a motorcycle, it doesn't appear in front of me then, huh? Perception isn't reality. It's like, that's not what I mean. I didn't say perception materializes reality. Your perception is your reality. Silly extremists. People are so obsessed with like the extreme devil's advocate example and giving it in the face of any good point. Yeah, but it doesn't work in this really specific rare exception. And it's like, I know, but I'm talking about like the rule, not the exception, which tends to be reality. No, manifestation is not even a perception of reality. I don't even know what manifestation is. I feel like that's another one of those things that is contextual heavily. That there isn't one single type of it. It's I would say it's very akin to the way people talk about meditation and how one might think, you know, meditation is purely sitting quietly cross-legged with candles lit in a room with peaceful music and shit. It's like, that is a very classic form of meditation, you're correct. But it's not meditation. Just like yoga isn't like yoga, right? There's like 900 different types of yoga. Hell, I saw the advertisements for goat yoga one time, where you pet goats, do yoga. So there's so many versions of different things. Yeah, definitely candles. Gotta have the candles. Doesn't count. You're not meditating without the candles. It's not real. You need the incense too. And no distractions. See, that's my one criticism to that type of meditation. This may be an unpopular opinion, but I believe that meditation should take place in the way that you're reacting to every second of the day, if possible, with diligence. Not like, I finally have this half hour that I've allotted myself to go sit quietly and try to shut my thoughts up. It's not, I don't think, what people are trying to teach. Or at least, you know, if there was a such thing as a grand master that was like spiritual master, like go to your spiritual camp in India and like listen to this guy talk to you for 3 hours while you take ayahuasca, like I don't think that's what he means. Like, because here's the deal, right? Let's say you have 5 kids, you finally get that half hour to meditate. Kid comes running in, mommy! Oh, there goes your meditation, you know? Then you get mad at the kid, go away, I'm trying to meditate. Now it's like the whole, you know, the whole point has been lost. Because that kind of meditation, in my opinion, that's the only time you're grounded and peaceful now, is when you go get that half hour finally. And then you leave that half hour and you go back into the world of stress and challenge, and you don't have your comfy pillow, your candles, your incense, or the day you chose, or the gentle music, right? So that's the way I look at it. I try to meditate any second I get. And to me, that's just like finding a way to be still for a second. Not my thoughts. That's a battle I gave up a long time ago, and I think that everyone else should too. Can't stop your thoughts. They're always gonna appear. However, you don't always have to follow them, because thoughts can kind of be like, hey, come with me, right? Come check out this idea that I'm thinking of. Oh yeah, come on, keep thinking about it. Yeah, oh no, iterate it. That's kind of how thoughts are. But there's a skill and a practice, I believe, in watching a thought cross by your attention, but not being totally absorbed by it. To me, that's meditation. It's control over your reaction to reality and your ability to hold that in your everyday life, not when you finally have a half an hour to meditate. It's easy to be still, or easier in that situation. Meditation, emptying of the mind, which takes great effort. You need to control your insides and outsides, and then the world around you. No reactions to it, only controlled interactions. Yogis can levitate, stop their heart, crazy shit. I don't know about the levitating, but I will go as far as the other two. And again, the one part I probably stray from your definition is the emptying of the mind. I don't think it's 100% possible. It is, but short, brief, like for short, brief periods. But like eventually a thought will pop into appearance. And I think it's the wrong practice to try to get rid of those, but I think it's the right practice to be able to have a thought appear and not have it absorb you. You simply are separated from it and it's not you, and you can just look at it happen. And within that action, to me, is the emptying, because you're emptying your connection to that thought. I know that's getting deep, but like that's kind of how I view it. And to me, it's more relaxing now, because now, like when you said it, like it takes a lot of effort, right? It's like, to me, you shouldn't be flexing, like sitting there, like going, like I think it's the opposite. It's way more of an allowing, if that makes sense. It's an allowing of your mind content, and it's an allowing of your external content, and staying grounded in the non-reaction to it, even though it's still happening. And through that, I find stillness. Good luck trying to stop every single thought in your head. It's something I've thought a lot about and I've experimented a lot with myself. So I have a lot to say about it. But again, it's another that's the thing with that stuff. It's way more personalized than most. It's way more personalized than most. So it's very hard to use your experience of meditation to, I think, put it along to someone else. Like personally, one of the things that really stills me out is like staring at an object with some light on it and being still with that object. But you know, like some other people might disagree and they'd be like, yeah, that doesn't really help me, you know? And I would say like, well, you have to find your portal into it. Figure out the things that help you go still. Hopefully any of that made sense. I don't claim to know the right way or the wrong way either. It's just my way. That's what I have to be clear about. The only thing I'll tread into saying, I think, is, I won't say it's incorrect, because I'm sure a lot of people get value from the 30-minute still meditation, and it's definitely worth it. I'll just say, I personally get more results from trying to make it a day-long practice, for lack of a better way to say it. The ceiling fan dries out my paint so quick. Something that I find helps make foliage look better is if you try to apply some gravity to it, it'll sag. Try not to keep it so stiff. Someone would say that one of the best tools in painting is the quick finger smudge. Let me tell you. Spritz my palette again. So far, it's recording good. I'm always scared to press the record button while it streams. Sometimes it seems to overload the video card a bit. Say half the skill of these transparent mediums is just like finding the right amount of water, really. The water paint ratio. I had 4 commercials, so now I'm damn. Sorry, Kate. Hopefully you didn't miss all that stuff I just said about meditation, because there's no way I could recall it all. You can rewatch it on YouTube. Yeah. Gotcha. Dang, I had a lot of great landings in there. No. I like my red ochre. It's a nice color. These other colors are called Perylene Maroon and Perylene Violet. I really like. It's like these really deep purple browns. They're really great for bricks, rust, dead fall brown leaves, those kind of things. Good darkening agents. And you have Perylene Green, which is another great one that I haven't used before. It's like pretty much black, dark green, super dark. Maybe throw in some indigo here. Darken my greens with some indigo. And then I liked this cypress green. I've really been experimenting out of the tube lately. For the recent paintings, I'm trying to learn. For those who've been in my channel and watched me a while, you notice I go through like a learning phase, then a execution phase. See what happens when we mix yellow and red ochre. Drag over a little of that. What was it called? Perylene Maroon. Fun. These colors right out of the tube are pretty much the colors I need, which is really neat. It's a bit dark. I'll probably have to get a couple lighter versions of it. Speaking of that, I'll probably want to lighten it with some Naples yellow. I'll also use pale rose blush does. It's kind of a skin color, but it's a great lightening color, and I think it's right in the family. I'll re-up my raw umber here, just a little, the palette, and do a yellow ochre too. Gotta have your color wiggle variations. Okay, so that was raw sienna. I already put that there. You guys can't see the palette, that's why I'm just saying it out loud. Get some white out of it. Did kind of run out of white. Always need some white. Do you know where the picture you're working with is taken? It's gorgeous wherever it is. I don't, actually. The best I got is one of her posts. She said she's from Winnie the Pooh country. So whatever that means, whatever Winnie the Pooh country is. And I don't, you know, wish to disclose her location or information, but that I don't really know. It was definitely a colder climate the way it looked. Making little C shapes here for the leaves. All traditional drawing techniques apply to everything, I would say. Like paint in the direction of the surface, all that kind of stuff. So crazy that that's a green. It almost just looks black. My greens have gotten a little muddy here. I'm gonna get some more greens back on the palette. There's another green I've been liking. It's called Oxide of Chromium. It's like a sage, kind of. Like a rich, darker sage. I find that it's better to darken your greens with dark greens than it is to darken them with black. It keeps the chroma up. Chroma as in the saturation. It's a exchangeable word. You'll hear them used with the same definition. And that's not to be mistaken with hue. Hue is the type of color. Not the amount of that color, if that makes sense. Well, Winnie the Pooh is British. Like Peter Rabbit, 500 Acrewood, Norristown, Eastern. That would make sense. Kind of think of it to see, looking at some of our other pictures, it does kind of look Britishy, UK kind of areas. Like flat, you know? Flat, rainy, and cold. Viridian's a great dark green color that has a lot of blue in it. Great for those distant tree shadows. I'm using indigo to bring the sky into it even more, as well as cypress green. They call it cypress green, but it's more of a blue. A little spritz. Oh, my spray gun isn't working. You can do this workflow with acrylics too, by the way, with the spray thing. You just can't let it dry, so you gotta like stay on it every 2 minutes. With gouache, it's like you can be like, "Oops, it dried," and that's fine. Hedgerow, Heath, and Fields. Heath. Are those like actual place names? I'm loving the raw sienna mixed with the umber. It's really helped give those sort of crabby grass vibes there. We do have some crabby grass going on. I'm going to stop recording to just reduce the file size. And I guess I didn't pick what I want to use. Too dark. Here's where black can come have some fun on the palette. What happens with these metal or like sort of tinfoil casings? Sometimes you gotta be careful. You can crease. Sometimes it gets stuck, and then it a hole. It's kind of like when you accidentally fold a straw. Like when you go to put your straw in like your drink and then it like suddenly creases on accident and then it cracks. It's like the same thing. Cypress blue, I think, is based on the ocean around the island of Cyprus. You think so? Wouldn't doubt it. Every color has sort of like a history like that, like a story, where like a lot of the times it'll be like a chemist that was playing around with chemicals in a lab and then like created a pigment on accident, and then it became like the new standard. I think one of those is Hooker Green. It was a guy that was, his last name was Hooker. It was like Dr. Hooker or something, and he was, I forget exactly what it was. I think he was a chemist, maybe playing around with, and he found a new green pigment, but don't quote me on that. I think that's just one of those colors that has a story behind it like that. So I'm just here, the black, I want to darken. Toss a little indigo in it, because I don't want it to be too pure black. There we go. It's always good to have a little test paper near your painting. Just see what the color looks like. Get a little that excess paint off your brush. Discount code today is Sunset10 for those of you just hopping in or didn't hear it. It's at the bottom of the screen. Is there anything off on the website? The Valentine's Day 20% discount has now expired. I like to do a big one for y'all every now and again. I'm gonna set up my tier system better soon. I want it to go through the website, I think, instead. That way I'm not splitting half of it with Twitch and then I have more control over the perks. Although I'm not gonna say, you know, don't subscribe on Twitch. If you prefer that there, go ahead. You can. And if you do, you will get a, depending on your tier 1, 2, or 3, you get a permanent discount code while you are subscribed. Check my subscribers list regularly. Those codes are in the Discord, which you can join. Here's where I think a little white comes in. Thing with white, you can really just suck the chroma right out of your color. So it's good to be careful with it. Would be fun to do a painting challenge where literally only paint it with just like the paints right out of the tube without any mixing. That'd be interesting. Be tough. Doesn't make any sense to me how that was a perfect circle dot because I'm using a flat brush. That was like sheer luck the way I just like dabbed the paper. I love the Discord community. I love it too. Sometimes I have trouble keeping up with every single message in there, but that's not my job, you know? I want y'all to also enjoy talking amongst them to yourselves. But yeah, I love the little hangout. I'm glad we have a little space to share our stuff. Did Mew change her name recently, by the way, to the comic name? For a second, I was like, is there a new person in Discord? I was like, wait, no, that's just Mew, right? I think it's just Mew. I know she's into comics, so it would make sense that it's her. recommend, if you can, trying to mix your colors right away on the canvas while they're still wet. I like the results I get with that often. You spend less time on your palette and more time on the canvas. These little foliage clumps can take a while sometimes when you're going for the realism, because you gotta do that color variation, and she did, I figured. Yeah, if any of those you haven't joined, by the way, Russ, I think you did Star Trek. Christina, you're all welcome here. Put it in the chat. If you type !Discord too, you want it, I have a bot that's working for me in the chat. It'll send the link out. Get back into some of the greens here. I like what indigo does to green. I have like 50 different blues now. And I used to just paint with primaries in white and black and kind of mix my way to colors. But I'm recently getting hip to like pure pigments. So like as in like there's an actual molecules that are purple, you know, rather than like it's two molecules sitting together absorbing the light and then showing your eyes purple. There's a difference, a big difference in fact with that when it comes to color mixing subtleties. So I've been exploring that a lot. And this drawing, or this painting, literally has like every color in it. I didn't stick to a palette with this one. Let's try that. Actually, it needs to be a little bit more. Overlap here. It's just sort of like an evergreeny kind of bush. Grab some of our perline green here. Look at that. You'd think it was black, but it's not. And because the green I just put down is still wet, and I got to it in time, we have a nice, perfect gradient from this plant shadow up to the little stalks it has here. Something that takes a little bit of practice, but once you get more confident in throwing paint down, you don't hesitate as much. And that's what's important. You don't want to hesitate too much. I'd give you one big piece of advice that'll stick with you through all of your paintings, is that it's to play and don't be scared. Painting is very playful. It's one of the most, like, remind yourself that it's one of the most forgiving mediums, if not the most forgiving medium out there. Especially opaque paints. You can paint over that mistake 20 times till the paint's this thick off the canvas. It'll still look fine. So the most important thing to do with paint is to play. I would debate, I don't really know, you know, you get better at knowing, but I often don't know what's gonna happen, and I just gotta like touch the canvas. You can only plan so much, I think. I mean, you could plan down to the brushstroke. There's guys out there that like, they spend weeks before they start the painting. They plan out every single thing. They sketch it out perfectly. They study their color palette and do a practice painting before they do the real painting. So that by the time they get to the painting, they're basically just like playing a song they learned. So me, I like to turn the knob back a little bit from that planning style. I like to leave it open a little bit for mistake and exploration because I enjoy that process a bit more than like the super planned kind. But when painting like I do, it's important to kind of just throw it on there. Stop thinking about it too much. And often, every painting's different, but often it'll look like shit till like the last fifth of the painting. So there's a lot of trust in just making it to the highlight stage or whatever, you know, whichever direction you're working. There was one painting you'll see. I think the video for it's coming out tomorrow. By the way, I usually, for anyone that doesn't know, the new stream schedule I'm trying to stick to every other day. And between those days, there's gonna be a painting video for you to watch. Tomorrow, I think the painting coming out, if I can remember correctly, is the castle balcony. And you'll watch as I paint it. I completely changed my mind. I even put text in there. I'm like, whoops, like changed my mind. Completely go a different direction halfway through it because you can. It's just, it's okay. Sorry, I had a phone call, but I was streaming on my TV. Oh, wow, I'm big then. Whoa, look, I'm on Christina's TV. Not like chiseling marble, not forgiving. Exactly. Or not like pen and ink, or not like watercolor. I would say watercolor is less forgiving. Because you have to, or you know, you have to go slower with it. You have to preserve the light. So with watercolor, you paint the light first. And just play, you know? Sometimes even just forget about the subject. You're gonna get all crazy about like literally just like throw a bunch of paint on a canvas and watch it mix around. Watch how the colors interact. Just try to make a gradient. Go get a small canvas and try to make a smooth gradient from pink to green or something random. And then just make it lighthearted and fun. And the more you practice that mentality, the more you'll bring it into paintings with you later on in your life. And then you can feel that relaxed during more complicated subjects. But until you've experienced the feeling of it being okay, that it's not looking how you want it to, how do you know that happens, right? So you gotta kind of like I would recommend just playing with more lighthearted, less serious ideas often. I do all the time. I mean, honestly, one of the funnest things, and this reminds me of you, Kate, because your comment recently. The funnest I've had in a long time lately has been painting over old drawings. And I was just going through my sketchbooks and finding old drawings that I didn't really care for anymore. And there was something so fun about painting over them and giving them a new life again. It's like you say, like, oh, I couldn't paint over that car, right? But to me, it was like the car was like a part of me, or like it was like a Jokum that doesn't exist anymore, you know? And it was like kind of like a reincarnation for the car to me. And I find that because I took such a long break from that drawing, and it's not always like the car I completely painted over, but like the other ones, it was a sketch I did in the passenger seat to Arizona. And those two are just uploaded recently. You can go check them out on my YouTube or my Facebook or my Instagram or my TikTok. They're on all four. However, because I had such a long break from that drawing, I knew that when I drew it at first I was kind of not that happy with it. But because I took a long break from it, when I came back to it, I liked it again. And it was like fun. Like it was almost like it gave me like this weird insight through that painting over old artwork that I didn't have before, which is like it's important to like detach yourself from what it looks like. So it's kind of like making the same point again. But yeah, I don't know, there was a lot of cool feelings to like painting over an old drawing. And then like in turn, in my opinion, it kind of reached its ultimate form. I was also able to detach myself from what I was drawing then. And so I didn't really remember what it looked like anymore, so I was able to just paint over stuff and just not care. You know, I wasn't like looking at the bush on the right and trying to get it perfect, you know? Heading home from work now, enjoy the painting. Thank you so much, Russ. It was so good to see you here. I hope you have a wonderful day and a safe drive. Sorry I saw that comment a little late. My art teacher would tell me there are no mistakes in art. I never know what I'm going to paint until last minute. She's absolutely right. You can only make your own mistakes, if that makes sense. And the more complicated of a subject you go, of course, you know, you have to make certain things happen to make certain things look a certain way. However, there's no mistakes. And holding that mentality will help astronomically getting through artwork. Ooh, that comparison to playing a song they learned. It is a performance, which is a different kind of art. Painting or performing a painting. Yeah, exactly. Like a lot of people don't know this. You might know this. But Bob Ross, the legend, right? Who doesn't know Bob Ross? He, every single painting, before the show started, he did 3 times. Upwards of 3 times. Same exact painting. So that when he got in front of that camera, and he only had that 20 minutes, he could nail it. He picked the right color, get right into it. A lot of people don't know that. A lot of people thought he was just improvising. But he was actually performing an already very practiced painting. And it's cool because if you watch the documentary, they show you like the 3 different ones a couple times. And you can see they're a little bit different. You know, he kind of like figures them out as he goes. But yeah, Bob Ross, in fact, was performing a painting. I prefer to paint. And both are correct. If anything, if I'm doing a commission, I'm probably performing a painting a little bit more because I want to get it really good for the client. So I'll practice it first a little bit more. However, I think my style heavily hinges on the improv aspect to how I explore an idea. And I don't want to lose that. And that's just kind of how I enjoy to paint. That's not like the right way or wrong way to paint. That's just like a way to paint. And you'll see coming up, like the one that Star Trek named Tiberium. That one, I had no idea what I was going to paint when I sat down. I got lost for a couple hours on that one, just playing around. And then also the Castle Balcony one coming out. No idea what I wanted to paint on that one. No idea what I wanted to paint on another one coming out called Morning Smoke. It's a swampy house cabin painting. And you'll see the process on that too. I change a lot as it happens. And that's just how I've learned to paint. That's how I've always drawn. It's good to have the ability to plan though, and to control, but yeah. That is deep. Resurrecting a drawing. Earning an aspect of yourself. Erasing an aspect of yourself. Not being attached, but not total disengagement. Fascinating concept. This is a useful thought stream from you, Carlton. Awesome. Yeah. Because the thing is, we rebirth every day, right? If you want to get woo about it. Every day we have the chance to reincarnate into a new human and change something about ourselves. And every day a piece of artwork, I would argue, has the same ability. It doesn't, like, any artwork isn't finished. Like, I heard, there you go, another great quote I heard. It wasn't even a quote. I just saw someone say it in a comment, and I like couldn't agree more, and it was basically like, she was like, my art is never finished. Or she was just like, not my art, but she was just like, art is never finished. And I was like, yeah. I mean, think about it. People get old thrift store paintings all the time and bring a new life to them. I saw one do it the other day. It actually looks fun. I want to try that myself. But yeah. Hey, Kirsten. Good to see you here, love. I knew he was a performer and not always happy. Yeah, he was actually, there's actually a dark, really dark side to Bob Ross. But it's the dark and light in Bob Ross's story. He got screwed over by a large corporation is mainly the darkest part to it. But yeah, he practiced every one of his paintings pretty much before he came on the show. He wasn't doing those off the cuff. I really understand what you mentioned. We change as humans from emotion to lifestyle, so sometimes we start out living a certain way, but next thing you're going in a completely new direction. Yeah, and that can happen. That can take 5 years to happen. That can happen overnight. That can happen 3 times in one day. I've had such revelational days that I've had giant realizations about my own self and life and what I'm doing in one day. And this funny thing about consciousness and like your ideas about the world, they can change in an instant. It's not like it's a plant that grows and you need to wait a month. Like you can literally change your mind about something, and from that second on, you know, so like it can be an instant change when it comes to like your mind content and how you feel as a person and how you perceive things. So yeah, you can reincarnate every day, and I think that can change from day to day of artwork. Like pretty much every single day that passes, all the art I've ever done, I go look at it, it feels different from day to day. I look at a drawing 8 years ago, I did not feel about it. Like I did not feel the same way about it then than I do now. I know for a fact. There's artwork I've hated. Not hated, that's too strong. I just like, when I finished it, I was like, I'm glad to move on. Like, it just didn't come out the way I wanted it to. And then I look at it 6, 7, 8 years later, and I'm like, wow, I like impressed my future self, where I'm almost like, I'm like worse at drawing now. Like, how did I draw so good 8 years ago, you know? And it was just like all the effort I had then, but like, it's just, you know, it's so much of our perception messes with us. And I think we often get stuck in the false idea that it can't change once we decide something. You know, just because we put a lot of work in arriving to that decision doesn't necessarily mean that that has to stay that way. You can change it immediately. And staying flexible like that really helps in art and painting. Staying flexible in your mind. And not just being open to new ideas, but being open to new versions of yourself is the most important. A lot of people really get stuck in the character they picked, you know, 10, 15 years ago, and they think, you know, well, that's me, you know, that's just how I am. I'm clumsy. You know, you ever see those people that just walk around and like, oh, I'm just a klutz. And it's like, I'll go as far as to say that some people maybe are born with more coordination than others, but you know, if you've never taken a second look at being a klutz, or never tried to improve on it, never tried to, you know, never tried to just like slow down a little bit in that klutzy moment that you normally have, like, then in fact you will be a klutz permanently. And it's just funny the way you can bring attention to things. You can thought experiment with it forever, endless. You can look at everything in your life and everything about yourself and experiment with it. It's really fascinating stuff. I think it's just easier to do that with art. I agree. It's harder to do it with yourself. So I stopped recording a second ago because it started doing the like lag thing. Ugh, wish it wouldn't do that. Let me see something. I'm gonna make a hotkey so I can press it on my mouse. Only when I'm painting, because what's happening is I'm pressing record and I'm getting these gigantic video files of like 2 seconds of painting, and then I go off into a tangent with y'all. And there's no painting going on, so I just need to like click the button when I touch the canvas. And I think that will preserve the stream getting weird too. Let's see, how do I do this? Browse scene, NC camera zoom. Start recording. my northern accent came out there. Stop recording. That is the manifestation of your own reality. Klutz, yeah. Because to me, like, I'm the kind of person, like, if I walk by the same thing and I keep, like, smashing into it every time, like, at some point, I'm gonna be like, okay, like, I'm gonna step 2 inches to the left and start practicing that now. Because, like, rather than just being like, I'm a klutz, I smash my hip into the corner of that every time, and that's just the way I am. You know, it's like, just me doing that alone just locked it in. You know what I mean? That much more. Solidified it. The second you say, I am this, then you are that. Very, quite literally, for that second at least. You know? Like if you go, I'm a dick. Yeah, it's like, well, then you're a dick. Like, I didn't call you that. You called yourself that. And now you're gonna walk around reinforcing it. Looking for different reasons to justify why you think you're a dick. And that goes for like every identity attachment and anything that's attached to yourself. I'm not from Boston and New York, I'm from Rhode Island, but it's close enough to where you talk like this and yesterday and caught in the parking lot. Kirsten makes fun of me all the time. She likes when I say yesterday. The magic of words, yes. A really short and sweet book that I'm positive Kate probably read at this point because she's a bookworm, but the 4 Agreements. It's so short. It's probably like 100 pages long, but it is one of the best books ever written, in my opinion. Because it just nails it home. You know, it's not this big, long, extravagant thing. It's just like, you know. And one of the things it talks about is how words are spells. And there's a story in that book that sticks with me that he talks about. And he talks about how there's a mother and a daughter, and the daughter's young. And for whatever reason, this 5-year-old girl, she loves running around the house and singing. Just her favorite thing to do. I don't know, whatever. She was born enjoying singing. Just hypothetically. This is a hypothetical story. Actually, no, I don't. I'll actually forget. I'm not sure if it was a true or fake hypothetical in the book, but however, story point still stands. So the mother's in her office. She works from home or whatever, doing something, and she's really busy and she's having a stressful day and she has a headache. And the kid comes in singing like every day, like, you know, and basically the mother gets real frustrated. She snaps. She turns around and she goes, stop singing. Like, you don't have a good singing voice anyway. So just like stop. And she's like, you know, obviously she didn't mean to say that. Ever since that day, the girl stopped singing. It took her till she was 25 years old again to break that thing that she agreed with about herself. And that's the whole concept, the fact that someone can come up to you and say you're stupid and then you agree with them. Even if you outright argue it, you go, no, I'm not. You know, if you felt anything that made you like, ooh, like that means that like you agreed that you are stupid. You don't have to actually say you agree. It's like a automatic thing that happens. And basically the whole point of the story is that like that one moment of the mom saying she didn't have a good voice anyway was enough to lock in that agreement. She agreed with her mom at that moment that her voice in fact was bad. That became her reality, and in fact she thought her voice was bad. She probably sang worse because of it. And it's something that happens to us every single day, all day, and it's something that like we have to be diligent with to like maintain. But it's a great book and it really nails the point home I'm talking about. And I am not innocent. I try to be more aware of it than my past self used to be these days. And the more I've thought of it, the more it like becomes a habit. And now it's a habit for me because I've done it so much to like look at what I'm calling myself and look at what I'm agreeing with in myself. And that's all I'll say, that, you know, words are spells, like literally. Like, and to like nail it home in a simple way, if I say banana, you all just had to picture a banana in order to know what I mean. That's how powerful words are. I can literally just put a banana in your mental viewpoint right now. A banana on a table. A banana on a table with a sunny window that's shining, the sunlight shining on the banana. Like, I'm literally, through words, casting a visual spell into your brain, you know? And it works the same way with like calling you stupid or calling you beautiful. It can work bad in both directions. That's the interesting part about it. I can keep calling you the most beautiful person in the world. Next thing you know, it becomes your whole thing, and you start believing that too much to a point where it can be a poison too, you know? It's a really, really great, powerful book. And lesson, I think. It's made me more conscious of what I go around saying to people too, because it's really true how much you can affect people. Maybe you can change the old saying like sticks and stones break my bones, but only I can let words hurt me, rather than but words will never hurt me. Version 2.0. Sticks and stones break my bones, but I can only let words hurt me. Only I can let words hurt me. Yes, I should definitely think about what I say and what people are saying to me. We're all very aware, sensitive creatures, and I don't think half of us realize how much we affect each other. People can go off and create a whole complex off of one thing someone said. It most commonly comes from parents, because when you're young, you really look up to your parents or your mentors. So parents and mentors have even more of a powerful, potent version of that spell. Friends, people that you trust, their opinion, people in your life that you trust what they have to think, like, have way more of an effect on you than you may think. God said, "Let there be light," and manifested itself into light, the word. Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things I see tying all religions together, is the word thing, you know? That's one thing I can agree with when it comes to the Bible, is like, you know, the word is very powerful, indeed. All our bananas are different as our table is a window in our minds. He starts our own creation manifestation. Yeah, ultimately you have your own little variation of a banana. But it's the fact that I was able to make you picture a banana against your will. Otherwise, you won't be able to understand what I'm saying. Just like how you can make someone feel stupid really quick by calling them stupid, even if it just lasts a second. It's almost like this jolting, like, no, I'm not, and they have to like defend themselves. But like in that one quick, like, no, I'm not, that spell was casted on them. And of course, I'm talking about it in a very woo way, but to me, it's actually pretty down to earth and a real, actual effect. So let me see if my hotkey works. It does, quite beautifully. So now I can come keep my mouse next to the drawing here. Let me see, like, let's say I'm about to paint, I press 1. I'm painting, oh, now I'm distracted and talking, and I press 2. Oh, it's beautiful. I think that will preserve the stream, because what happens is, for some reason, when I start getting on a really long video file, it crashes the stream. I don't know if that's like a hard drive issue or a buffering issue or something, but words of the power and all Abrahamic religions. I'm not sure what Abrahamic means. I probably pronounced that wrong. Well, it makes sense either way, you know? Because, like, it's what we use to speak to each other. really quick, guys. I gotta go to the bathroom and refill my coffee. I've been dancing in my chair, having a pee a little bit here, so I will be right back. Here's a little time lapse for you to enjoy in the meantime. Hopefully it meets your eyes. And remember, discount code today is Sunset10. Anything off my website, planetjokum.com. I'll place the link here in chat again. I'm gonna go check it out. Things are as cheap as $5 stickers. Abrahamic. Yeah, I am potty dancing right now. Alright, just to entertain Kate here, because I want to know too. Let's see. A-B-R-A-H. Hammock. I'm just like looking up the definition. Denoting any or all of the religions that revere Abraham, the biblical patriarch. Relating specifically to the biblical patriarch Abraham. So I'm assuming it's kind of referring to when you say, let me go back to how did you word that? Words of the power in all Abrahamic religions, as in like all the denominations that don't involve Judaism. Because it uses the word biblical. I am not a theologist, I'll tell you that. A theist. Anyway, I'm potty dancing. I will be right back. Maybe Kate can explain it in chat for me better by the time I get back. Here is your painting time-lapse intermission. Be right back. Thank you for tuning in so far. Love y'all. Appreciate you sticking around. Can't be doing the potty dance. Alright. All Abrahamic religions believe in the lineage of Abraham creating a true relationship with God. Incorporates anything Christian using the Old and New Testament. Okay. Thank you. That's I understand that more. The Jewish do not see the Jesus, Son of God, as a prophet only. Yep. And then there are the Muslims who believe that Jesus was a prophet only, but they have their own new prophet, Muhammad, right? The only one since Jesus. These are Abrahamic. Non-Abrahamic would be Hindu or Buddhist. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you. It's good to have teachers in chat, huh? Teaching each other stuff all day. I find it fascinating, you know, at least, very least, how many attempts humanity has had at trying to explain our existence and its purpose. Excuse me. Many have tried, all of them are right. Well, I feel like Adam to Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and then Jesus. I don't jump into religion, I just have a relationship. Gotcha. I like looking at them all. But that's, you know, just personal choice. I think olive green was more the color I needed here. Yeah, it was. No one knows that except maybe a real creator. Aliens! Of course. Yeah, same. I feel like I get a bigger picture by combining them all, what they have to say, but many would disagree. I would like if more people could have a relationship with more than going all dressed up to a fancy building and not having even absorb what they needed to go to. not even absorb what they needed to go. Yeah, and to support what you're saying and come your way, I believe that that is the most quality way to. I look at religions as tools to navigate life, and it's like, you know, pick your tool. You're gonna use the wrench or the screwdriver or the, you know, Allen wrench, but like they're all turning, you know, the bolt. But like, how do you want to turn it? How do you want to look at the bolt? But having a relationship with it is, I think, using it to, like, ultimately, I think it should all be used for good, first of all, and for helping other people, and for people to help themselves navigate life in a peaceful, grounded way. If it's doing that, then in my book, it's great. And if someone's relationship with Christ is doing that for them, then I don't see any problem with it. But if someone's relationship with Christ is causing them to go invade a country with an army and kill a bunch of people in the name of God, then I don't think that's the right use or a relationship with it. Or like, you know, call a bunch of women witches and throw them in the lake. We could go on and on some of the travesties, right? Like right now, me and Kate would already be considered witches if we were living in the right time. Talking about spells and words and shit. me and Kate would both be getting thrown in the lake. God in box, agreed. Life coach, yeah. Yeah, pick your life coach, right? But again, I feel like I'm already treading into dangerous waters, you know, view it how you want. It doesn't... Any way someone views life is correct, in my opinion, because who am I to say, right? I'm only here to give you what I think. And I'm one of those people where, if you ask, I'll tell you, you know, with few exceptions. Yep, dunked in the lake. Yeah, but I'm careful. I don't want to, you know, it's not, nothing's wrong or right in that sense. Like I said, to me, unless A, it's bringing nothing but bad to the world, not helping people, or discriminating against another large group of people. Because ultimately, to me, we're all humans. And we're all stuck on the same rotating ball. Well, some think it's flat, so yeah. Rotating ball or flat disc with ice walls. Triangle, whatever you think it is. Trapezoid. I don't point fingers, I'm a hella guide. Yeah, I didn't think you were pointing fingers at all. I just took you as explaining your own relationship with it. And all conversation is welcome in my stream, you know, as long as it's not gonna get me banned. Can't be talking about certain things. But I mean, if we were around a campfire, you know, in my backyard having a few brewskis, we could talk about anything. But in a monetized public online environment, you know, there are some exceptions. However, I try to keep it open. I see some streamers, you know, some people be talking about stuff in chat, and the streamers just immediately like, banned. It's like, come on, dude. It's their own reality. How you feel or believe is not a dictate for someone else. Agreed. Yes, that is how it should be. Honestly, I would like to be able to have a conversation without offending people. Just he was talking about stuff. Yeah, you know, I think we all have the right to talk about our own vantage point and how we experience it. Total pyramid. Yeah, definitely. And it just rotates like this. It doesn't go like this. It just the tip always stays at the top. It just turns. Oh yeah, I understand. Oh yeah, for sure. And there's a big Freemason eye on the top of it. Like how with gouache you can work in both directions, light to dark or dark to light. It's a very freeing paint medium feature. And look at me forgetting to press my hotkey, damn it. I knew that would happen at least for the first couple times. Classic. Oh, let me set up this cool new feature that's gonna be awesome, and then I just like forget to use it. Me every stream. A little too bright there. Let me get a brighter green on my palette here just to help me lighten. I have darkening greens, but I don't have any lightening greens on here. Lightning greens. Let's try a brilliant green, and which I've seen called emerald green before too. And this one's called permanent green light. Yes, to talk and to not be taken as a defensive thing. For here we are always being kind. Yeah, for sure. I knew I lived this channel. I assume you mean loved? I don't want to assume though. I like reading books, Kate, but most of the books I like are the older books from my younger days. And you said Maine. Well, I bet that's a fun place. I heard that it's not as friendly there, though. Here, everybody is waving or being hospitable. Where are you from again, Christina? Yeah, I find that different areas have different types of people. The variable seems to be like people are really to themselves or kind of more open. Love is correct, gotcha. Well, I'm glad you do. Glad you enjoy it. Georgia, nice. Just drove through Georgia recently because I was visiting Florida, so I had to go through. And is it me, or does like Georgia have an excessive amount of cops like everywhere? I remember going down the highway, I was going down 75. I was just like, man, it's like a cop every 2 feet. I must have seen like 17 people pulled over. I mean, granted, I was going a long distance, but I remember having that thought. Seemed like a very coppy state. Austin, you probably passed my town. Probably, yeah. I think I went through like, I think most of my drive was Georgia. Awesome, you probably passed my town. They are everywhere, so it wasn't just me. Look how this olive green is getting brightened by this brilliant green, I think it was. I can't remember if it was permanent green light or brilliant. That's why I made that post the other day. I was like, I'm having more trouble remembering like which color was what. Did you go through Alabama? I don't think so. Maybe for a split second. I can't picture it on the map now. I don't remember seeing like a welcome to Alabama sign, but get some of my Perline green here. Perline, I don't know how to say it right. I'm gonna mix a little bit of indigo blue with it. really start to get these darks in here. This is a lower light part of the day too. So I'm also trying to capture that. There's these little pockets of ambient occlusion you'll find in plants when they're thick. Umber's got all dry. A lot of different browns out there that they make, like in like paint tubes. I mean, but simplify them. It's pretty much they're either warm or cold browns, or like grade. Like there's one called sepia. It's really muted. Alabama has nice people too, and Georgia border one another. Yeah, I don't know if this is true, so I'm careful to say it, but I feel when because I came from Rhode Island and I moved to the South, and the Southern people seem to be a little bit more like show up in your yard and like say hi, like we're the neighbors, you know what I mean? But it's like what I hear is like they trust you till you give them a reason not to, right? Or it's like up north, like everyone just doesn't trust everybody. And it's subtle. It's not like this blaringly obvious thing, but like I'll just notice tiny things like I find myself like in public since I've been down here for 8 years, like standing in line at the cash register, striking up some conversation more often than I would say in Rhode Island. And I've had a few experiences where I've been like, oh hey, how you doing? And then they kind of just like, it's almost like they got taken back. You know, like oh hi, like hi. No one ever really says hi to me in public. But again, I have a narrow keyhole of experiences compared to the vast majority of data, so it's probably not accurate. I don't see the need to enter Alabama on the way to Tennessee. I don't think I hit it. His webpage and what do you sell your paintings for? So it's not all the same. It highly depends. So here we'll do a little tour at planetjokum.com. So right now, so it depends on like how much effort went into the painting, how many hours I spent, the size, the amount of paint I used, so but mainly how much effort is kind of like how I priced them, and the size. So these recent ones, they're 6x8s. They're a bit smaller. But I really loved the effort I put into these lately. So these are $275, and you know, I put this at the top here. All originals are hand packaged and sent with a certificate of authenticity with shipping and insurance included in price. So every time I ship one of these paintings, I gotta protect it, I gotta put it in a box, I gotta pay for a little insurance in case they get damaged so we can all get our money back, which has happened. I've had paintings get damaged. And so that's included in the price. So I'm not making that $275, you know, $30 of that's going to shipping and packaging. And then of course, this discount code, I try to give you guys discounts as much as possible. So often, you know, if you're watching a stream or you're a subscriber on Twitch, you have cheaper than they are anyway. But these 6x8s are $275. And these are 9x12s, they're a little bit bigger. So they're $300, same amount of effort I would deem. This was a really intense commission that took me all week. It took me about 60 hours to finish. So it's a lot bigger, 12x18. So that one sold for a bit more. But the prints, I really try to make affordable for you guys, so you all have access to it. So you know, they start at $32.99 plus a discount. And keep in mind, that's shipping and guarantee that if anything gets damaged, you'll get paid back, included. So, you know, I probably, just being transparent, I probably make like half this if you buy this. I'll probably get like 15 bucks, 14 bucks. The rest goes to shipping and handling and processing and the paper. If you're really hurting on cash, there's the stickers and merch page, and it's the lowest it goes. It's $5 for a sticker, but full transparency, the least amount you can spend on my website is $10, and it's because basically what happens is if you buy one single sticker, it ends up coming out of my pocket. So I had to, so like the least amount of stickers I can sell before, like I'm making like 50 cents is 2, because if not, the shipping and handling and everything comes out to more. So it's just the way it has to be. But you have stickers, and they're $5 each. And I think going back into we're gonna go into a little bit digital work again soon. I want to add some more stickers soon. I just haven't gotten around to it in a while, but it's pretty much prints of most of everything that happened in the last year and a half. This shouldn't be here, but I'll fix that later. But yeah, as you can see, there's like this is some prints I have at home. So this is like a big canvas print that I have in person at my house. So that's why that one's a bit more. For those of you that don't know, canvas prints are expensive to get, so you have to mark them up to even make a single penny off them. Anyway, hope that explained it. Let's see, catching up in chat here. I am a friendly Forward Islander. I'm a friendly Forward Islander. General public question is why I'm always smiling. Men think I am hitting on them, so I don't smile at guys. You and many other women, Kate. That's a thing. Or strike up conversation. But for the record, if you smile at me, I don't think you're hitting on me, Kate. Socially closed up, mostly. Yeah, I don't blame you. I'm a pretty big introvert myself. I like to just stay in my cave and do art. It's cool, no to explain, but I know it'd be fun to own a piece of your art. I look into one I like the most. My birthday just passed, so I'm due a gift. I'll let you know. Heck yeah, thank you so much. And you know, reach out to me since it's your first time. I can guarantee you a discount, you know. Give you a discount code. You know, if you don't happen to be watching a stream, because the stream discount codes, they expire at midnight of the day I stream. I gotta create a little demand, you know. Can't give it all away. Stone walls and botanical foundations. I love your stickers. Yeah, you've gotten some stickers. I'm glad you love them. I like how they come out too. I bought some of my own stickers myself. I like the potions. Print colors are brilliant and they show up packaged really well. I've never had a problem. Awesome. Thanks for that review, Steph. I appreciate that. They come in on high quality luster photo paper. There is one step higher where they print it on like art paper. However, it's very expensive and I haven't found a way to justify that price range yet for the amount I have to mark it up to cover shipping and stuff. So this seems to be the golden spot. But when it comes to those type of prints, I think my cat is under me right now. Oh, I just saw a cat. Anyway, that would be a thing where I would do like a special piece of art, and I'd get 100 prints of it, and they'd be limited. And then once they sold out, they sold out. You know what I mean? I would sell those out of my house. I'd probably, you know, have to invest the. You know, 'cause to be realistic, like I don't know how much it would cost, but just a ballpark. If I was to get like 100 really high quality fine art prints on paper, thick paper. Not to say the other ones aren't high quality. It's just what they call it. It's like the name, like Gilsey. It's like literally the name. It would cost me like $1,000 to get those, probably like $750 somewhere. A lot. It's like so. You know, I have to sell those at like 100 something each. But you know, they'd be all hand signed. That'd be something I'm working towards. But for now, I find that the best setup is to do the high quality luster photo prints on demand. That way, people that don't want to buy originals, they can get something and sell the originals outside that. So I hope not. It is my birthday this month too. Deck of card years old. Ooh, congratulations for making another one, Kate. It's like that here, except most guys are jerks and are jerks, and most women don't want to smile at them, and if we weren't flirting, they think you want their number. Oh man. A lot of guys have created a bad reputation for themselves, haven't they? Well, I am very happy I am not dealing with the dating world anymore. Keep it over there and away from me. I am happily taken, and I have not missed for 1 second the experience of trying to meet someone and start a relationship. I am very monogamous and old-fashioned in that sense. Hope I never have to do that again. I plan on never doing it again. And honestly, as a guy, like, I'm glad to be out of that. Like, I'm like happy to tell women I'm like taken. Cause then you can actually like have a conversation with them. They don't feel like you're hitting on them or something, like you guys clearly think. Oh jeez. I don't really know what the dating world's like anymore. I'm kind of an oddball out to where I've never used a dating app, so I don't know what that's like. And even when I was back like a while ago, like not taken, I didn't use dating apps anyways, and I rarely like even bothered when I was single for such a long time, but like happily single. I was the classic like working on myself, man. It's where I want to do that shit, you know. I was never the type to be on to the next one constantly. I probably only had like 7-8 relationships in my entire life. Very short-lived, this one being the longest. Another year is a big deal, absolutely, no matter how old you are. I agree. Less drama, Jokum. To be old-fashioned. I agree. Well, in some cases. I should say that's a highly contextual statement, but I agree within the context. Yes, sir, I have 10 years in. Nice. Congrats. I think I'm 4 years, going over 4 now. Longest relationship ever. I cringe at the word dating app. Yeah, I wouldn't even know how to use one. Happily single. Nice. Nice. As long as you mean it, you know? I think that's the one fallacy to that, is if you're walking around saying you're happily single, but you're deep down not actually happy about it, then that can be a bit poisonous to yourself, but I genuinely believe that you are. That's awesome. Keep forgetting to record, damn it. Sorry, not that much has happened. Slow going in the foreground, folks. Make this more of a shape. Try to always connect shapes. Something I am actively working on every day. Trying to improve on. Will be for the rest of my life. Kind of thing. But like, try to make big readable shapes. Like I'm trying to make this a clear shadow spot that's gonna have some grass involved, but the crabby grass. Yeah, I was 8 years with my kid's dad. He was horrible and I haven't truly loved. 10 years and he loves my kids. Blessed. Awesome. Makes my heart happy to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, he left it bad and found it better. Good, good. It'd be hard to get into that next one, you know? When you've had a bad one before. It's hard to get over that trauma sometimes. It's easy to have trust issues. I will be back in 1 second. Just gotta go check on something. Sorry, I know it's sudden. Sorry about that. Our cat's been a little sick and he's been worrying us, and I just gotta go keep an eye on him. We're taking him to the vet Wednesday, so hopefully everything's okay. But he's getting old. He's hit 11 recently. And so just keeping an eye on him every like 20, 30 minutes. Let's see, I gotta catch up here. Been there, done that. I can't make babies anymore, so there's no animalistic drive to procreate and have a family. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't always have to be about having a family. You can do it about, you know, having someone to survive with. I'm not opposed to a relationship, but I am not seeking one, totally. I know what you mean, though. Life makes you a stronger person, for sure. You sound beautiful and strong, Kate. Trust issues, yup, that can get in the way. Absolutely. Tell me, Kate, do you have a pet that is good for children too? Children in the future, they deserve love. Absolutely. I have 2 dogs, 1 yeah. 1 toad, 2 fish, 3 aquatic frogs, 28 tarantulas? Damn, I didn't think you had that many. You remind me of Ed. Ed has like that kind of stock. 1 true spider. What's a true spider? 2 rabbits, 4 pups born, 5 to go and pet rats. Wow. Yeah, I see you got plenty of companions. Kids help you grow as an adult and help you learn where your own truths are. Sure. Oh, and 2 forest scorpions. Yeah, I hope your cat is okay. 11 is not old for a kitty. No, it's not. It's concerning. So, we're taking him in as soon as we can. He's been kind of, thinking it might be a little bit of arthritis. You know, arthritis can happen in older kitties. We looked up the other day, 11 is when they're officially considered a senior cat, or whatever. So. Jamie is 11. Always watch out, bladder issues. Yeah. He's having a weird thing with his back legs where they seem like they're a little bit in pain for like jumping. The last several weeks he hasn't been able to make the jumps that he normally can. No problem. He's been like undershooting them a little bit. Seeming a little weak. So. One time 2-3 years ago, he had a weird episode where he got all lethargic and weak, but we took him in and he had some steroids and that fixed that. So I don't know if that's the same thing. He doesn't necessarily, like, when that happened, like he was like couldn't even walk up the stairs. Like this, he can still like walk up the stairs, but it's like he looks like it's hurting him a little bit. So, and I'm sure like, while we haven't been around, he's messed up a few times, and I saw him mess up once the other day and fall, so he probably got a little injured too, which didn't help. But yeah, we all get old. Old Grimmy's coming for all of us. I think I gotta switch brushes here because it's kind of like the texture of this foliage would be easier to capture. Sometimes it's like that. You can get most of it with the same brush, but then, yeah. It's on this shadow here. It's this really tangled heap of dead grass. Sort of sitting on top of this. Bill and Ted Excellent Adventure, old Grimmy. That was definitely an accidental reference. I don't know. I was referencing to something. And it's good to take little opportunities when you see like a really dark thing right here to use that for like an opportunity of contrast. Really have these lighter brown grass blades pop. And, yeah, pull that out wherever you can. Working backwards here. It's a very light and perline green with some other green. Interesting. See, I'm playing all the time. Like, I don't know what's gonna happen half the time. Especially a lot of, like, I know it kind of, like with mixing color, I have way more control over it these days than ever, but sometimes I have these moments of just like, let's see what happens. Not exactly sure, but I'm going to try it. With these small round brushes, you're really gonna have an inky consistency for it to flow. Like right now I'm mixing yellow ochre, I think it was raw sienna. No. Yellow ochre with this sort of light and perline green, and I found my like muted kind of green I want. A lot of things will mute other things. It's not one path through color. It's a lot of paths. I'm gonna get some more perline green out of the tube. It ran out. I've learned with gouache, a little goes a long way. Especially when you're working with these smaller paintings, you don't need to... It's easy to waste paint on accident. But yeah, a little goes a long way. Transparent mediums. Such a crazy sky, I love it. Thank you. I had fun pushing the color in the sky on this one. Like, it goes against my normal way about it to have such brilliantly saturated orange highlights, but like, and like at first when I was doing it, it didn't quite look right, but like now that I got here, it like makes sense. So that was like a good example of like me having to trust my own process. The other thing I noticed, certain pigments, for some reason, they dry faster than other ones. Like this indigo blue, whatever the pigment is or something, it must be hydrophobic slightly or something. It dries much faster than other things. Maybe it's all in my head. I just didn't wet it. I'm always questioning all my own theories too, after I've made them. Re-questioning them. Total random thought. I'm thinking about, like, you know, what it means for me to stream every other day, currently, privately. Not privately anymore, because now I'm telling you. However, I'm liking the thought every other day in the sense that, like, when I reflect on how it felt to do those crazy marathon drawing of the days, it was hard to not have a rest period in between, where I feel like if I have a nice buffer day in between each stream, it'll help me breathe a little more. You alright there, buddy? Yeah, Corky's. His name's Corky. He's not doing good. It's like almost not soon enough. Wish I could take him in right now. But apparently they were packed. Loving this red ochre. It's a color I've never messed with before, but I just love how it looks. I loved what the pale rose blush has done. You can see it's like a skin color. Because it's a lot of white, right? So it lightens, but it still has that red in it. The ever so slight red pigment in it, which helps keep the red of the ochre when I'm lightening it. I love what it does when it mixes it with this Perylene Violet. Where's my other one? Red ochre. The red ochre and Perylene Maroon combo. That's really dope. Drying up on me here. Here, pause my. Oh, I did pause my recording. Hey, look at me. Gonna check on the kitty again here really quick. Sorry about that. He's just looking real hurting, worrying me. Giving him some love. For those of you that just hopped in, I'm talking about my cat. It's not looking so good. Yep, gotta love the kitty. They're the best buddies. Yes, such good buddies. Especially this guy. This guy's like the smartest, most aware cat, emotionally advanced cat I've ever met. It's like unsettling sometimes how smart he is. Don't worry about it. I'm reading typos on chat. Reading typos on chat is basically my job. Okay. Poor baby sending vibes. Thank you. He needs them. He's looking real pathetic because his poor little purr is broken right now. It's normally really loud, but it's like really quiet. Poor fella. Hoping he doesn't cost some insane vet bill either, because we don't have it. Just trying to keep him comfy and happy. Pets and snacks. He's still perking up at the birdies trip and doing his little thing, so that's a good sign. Try to always experiment with different ways to use your brush. I'm always squishing it and spinning it and dabbing it in different ways just to see what kind of mark it'll make. It's always worth playing around. Brock had to spend the night at the vet emergency room because the seizures wouldn't stop. $2,800. Ugh, yeah. At least someone doing just fine, but that's so unexpected. Definitely threw a wrench in our finances. Yep. And I don't even have that. I think I have like $700 in my checking account right now. That's all I'm worth. Some pretty pictures. I got a nice guitar. It's probably my best asset. I'll go try to give him my guitar. See if they'll take it. You think vets take guitars? Yeah, of course you have to, because it's the pet. It's Brock. It's Brocky. You don't mind me asking, how do they stop dog seizures permanently? Like, how did they fix that? Okay. Probably rushed that a little bit there, but it's alright. It's amazing how blue this grass gets right here, so it's just for a little second. We'll bring that out. It goes right back to green. That's why it's good studying often. Like, for whatever reason, this is picking up a lot of ambient light. Let's see. It's amazing how many different brushes there are when you go to buy something. I'll tell you. I think every time I go buy a brush, I try to like buy just a random one that I don't really necessarily know what I'll use it for, because there's something about buying brushes where like you don't know you need a brush till like you stumble across that moment in a painting, if that makes sense. Where you're like, oh, if I just had a brush that like had this weird feature or whatever, and then like the next time you go see the brushes, it's like easier to decide. Personally, I've tried some of the grass brushes that are like intended for like auto grass, and I don't really like them that much. I think what they do, it's too much, is they make all the grass look the same, and it loses like the natural look there. He's on phenobarbital. And the doggy hostel gave him some crazy med in an IV to stop them. We found out he's been on the same level of meds for so long. Lowest level is they were no longer working. They adjusted the doshes and he's back to himself. See, so my next question is like, how much does it cost for you to have that medication refilled all month and every day? It's like, jeez, man. Phenobarbital, Levitri, I'm not gonna try to pronounce that right now. Zonisamide, potassium bromide are all good first choices for treatment. And there are several different anticonvulsants available for dogs. Interesting. Anticonvulsants. Sorry. Anticonvulsants. I added an A in my brain. Several different anticonvulsants available for dogs. They used Keppra, I couldn't remember the name. Huh. The things we do for our little fur babies. Sort of like a weird gathering of darker grass. Actually needs to be more dabbed on. Not quite the right texture. And it goes for like all the grass. I just haven't gotten to it yet. There's a lot. There's all these texture shadows in it. I got a bit overboard there with that one, but that's okay. Just gotta make it a connected shape. Here's where it helps for the paint to be a little bit wet still. Let that green just merge with it there. If you can, it helps to like try to plan out your brighter colors. Just it's a little bit harder to go over darks with colors. So if you can do that ahead of time, it helps you in the long run. But you know, it's not the end of the world if you don't pull it off. Because like I said earlier, it's like you can just paint over it. His meds are surprisingly affordable. Good. I used the good RX app, so their coupon costs $16 for 2 months. Wow, not bad. Not bad at all. It's a very available drug, it seems, for doggos. Gotta make dinner and kick up the fire just a bit. Thanks for relaxing and enjoyable, entertaining afternoon, my friends. Hey, so good to see you, Christine. I hope you enjoyed dinner. Hope you have a great evening. And really appreciate you hopping in and joining in on the fun. See you next time. Like right there, I left a little bit of white, but see how much easier it was for that grass to be like brighter, if that makes sense. Hoping Michael James Smith would be proud of me for my attention to detail on the grass right now. You're a phenomenal artist, but I know you know that. Michael James Smith is an oil acrylic painter, and he does like hyper realistic, like he'll do posts of like the photograph that he painted next to like the landscape, and sometimes you have to like squint to tell the difference. It's so accurate. It's incredible stuff. But yeah, that's his thing. He gets like the perfect hyper realism going on. It's really impressive. Gonna fix my greens up here a little bit. There's this other color called Linden Green. And it's like the brightest you can get before it becomes a yellow. But it's really useful for getting those super sunny greens. Looks like that. Linden Green. It's been a big help in this painting. Keep a little of it by itself and then that little here. Helps get those bright, almost like neon green yellows. Yellow greens, green yellows, whatever you want to call it. And to get it even more intense, I'll mix the lemon yellow, which is like the brightest pure yellow you can really get before it starts going to just white. As you can see, I can go over pretty dark with this green. Forgetting to record, damn it. I find myself using a dry brush a lot. It's very useful. Oh yeah, I forgot, these are like rocks right here. Something that's also worth playing around with is having multiple colors on your brush at the same time. It can save you a lot of time. Give you some cool effects that you couldn't really do that quick. Like you'd have to work it out otherwise. You know, by like redipping and having a bunch of different colors. Oh, I think these are some rock colors I made here. Oh. I don't know what was going on over here. Reactivate it. Just kind of a muddy gray kind of pile, which I like. Kind of want that for the rocks. Bring some of that down into my cobalt blue here. I want these rocks to be, again, we're going for high saturation, so turning up the notch on any ambient skylight as much as possible without it looking ridiculous. Up close on these foreground areas, you can really start pushing blacks. Things don't have to adhere as much to the ambient light up front. High chroma, as one of the YouTubers I watch called it. I'm gonna have to go refill my spray bottle here in a sec. Grass patch was a little bit bigger. Give it a little more overlap. And when it comes to color, don't fret. I've fretted for so long over what color is right, and it's more about, is it light enough or is it dark enough? And just go from that for the most part. Because the values are what make it readable, not so much the color. Color is more to do with temperature and like overall vibe, mood. So because it's bothering me visually, I'm going to kind of mark out this area here. Do it with a smaller brush. I want this to be pretty watery. Experiment with 3 different colors to lay it out here. I splashed my face with water. So here's where it can benefit you to have a couple different colors on your brush at the same time. And this is just to do with marking out where some things are gonna go. That dried up on me. My browns get really, really dry. I just had to reactivate them quick. Get some of my golden browns back. I'm going to toss in some raw siennas. Gold ochre, which is a good friend to red ochre. And then burnt sienna, of course, the OG reddish brown. I kind of want to just take these and sort of toss them in here and there, not go crazy about it. And this is pretty much right out of the tube. There's so much happening in the palette already. And you can see that, like, this is a flat brush, right? But because I have just the right amount of water on it, and I'm giving it a light touch, it actually is catching some of the individual bristles there. If that makes sense. This needs to actually get applying gravity, having some of them bend over a little bit there, helps add a little realism. while it's still wet, just tossing in my red ochres and burnt siennas. And raw siennas. And this will help give that dead grass look that happens on some of these blades here. And falls off right about there. Music kind of took a left turn, didn't it? I'll be checking that out in a second. And basically you can kind of block out the base color of grass like this and come back and refine the blades later. And then dance back and forth between like dark and light with the blades. Are you gonna leave the sky more impressionistic versus the foreground being more painterly? Well, I'll leave that up to you. All I can say is that the sky is done for the most part. You know, give or take, probably a few touch-ups that it'll get in the end. And see, when it's still wet, you get those nice automatic transitions. That song was called Butter or Jelly. That's what he was saying. I'm gonna try this new fan brush. Speaking of getting a new brush you're not sure you're gonna like, this was one of the last one I got. Short little brush. I like these short-handled brushes because you can kind of like flick them. Something about them. Trying this one out. I find it didn't really do what I wanted it to every time, but sometimes. The thing with it is it's really soft, so you can't get crazy lines with it, but it's not bad. It's much more green over here. I'm gonna go for some lighter green on this one. I kind of always like go first somewhere in the middle between rendered and impressionistic, if that makes sense. I mean, you can almost say like every painting starts kind of impressionistically, and then it's like, how far do you want to take it? Do you want to render it into oblivion, or do you want to keep it there? There is a such thing as over rendering, you know. Sometimes the sweet spot is well before all the details are worked out. I'll take. Sometimes removing paint is just as effective as adding paint. Daniel, what's going on, brother? Thank you, man. Slow and steady, and I forgot to record. I mean, it'll be sped up so fast that it won't matter, but... Okay. Need to get some more perylene green. I want to say perylene. Perylene green. Rhymes better. And I'm just trying to block out the big shapes I see, and then I refine after that. Mix it with some oxide of chromium and see what that does. Got a little bit of blue for fun too. Unintentional rhyme. And then, there's these sort of spots to sneak in. Making all my brass glades. I just said brass glades trying to say grass blades. Y'all ever switch letters like that? I do that all the time. And the bottom of this is supposed to be like there. Just like this big old patch. I'm gonna go a little bit farther than I want it to go because I'm gonna cut back into it to have that nice edge with the leaves that surround it. So sometimes it's good to cut back in. As you can see, a lot of things dried much lighter here, so that can be pretty aggressive. I almost missed, sort of. And it helps if you can kind of connect them a little bit, you know what I mean? Sort of like that. Like have this shape come down and be part of like this big shape, like you could outline this one shape, you know? Like this. notice things tend to be a little more readable to the brain when they're like that. It's something I literally have to like constantly slap myself on the wrist about. Take a coffee sip here. Oh. Poor buddy. You look so ill. Makes me sad. Oh. Dance some brighter greens into it here. Dance them in. I realize as I stream I make up terms all the time. And here's where it would have benefited me to probably not use this brush. But again, I just want to chunk in the light spots here. Kind of goes over here. And see how I made that one shape that kind of puzzles into that other bigger shape? Like this one big shape here, right? And then it puzzles into this. Kind of like big jigsaw puzzle. Grab a dark one. I think this is Viridian here. Maybe start teasing the idea of the detail. There's a point where you gotta kind of like go to the next step to see what it starts looking like, if that makes sense. Is there like a first time for everything? You ever hear that saying? Well, there's a first time for every like stage of a painting. And at some point it's like, well, that's where I'll add the first detail. A little bit too much paint in my brush here. You get a lot of effects, great effects, by figuring out how to barely touch the canvas with your brush. I want to maintain this nice dark shape I etched out here. Even if it like sort of gets massaged into the theme, it's still there. Here's where, like, you know, you can mess with your own layering and see where it takes you and stuff. Mix a little of this, what was it called? Gold ochre. There's like a plant here. It looks, it's not even made out of strands. It almost looks like a sponge. It's very red. At least I think it is. Not much of this red. Got a dry brush right now. It's helping me put it on little by little. That's what's nice about the dry brush. You can like ease it in there. It's got a short lifespan though, so you gotta kind of like. It takes a lot of babysitting, like maintaining the dry brush state. But when you figure it out, it's a really nice way to like delicately add stuff without, you know, ensuring that you don't do too much. A lot of variation if you want to stay true to it when you get to the foreground. A lot of variation. See how that was a bit bright, but one dab of the finger kind of dulled. Took enough paint off to make it transparent and pick up a little bit of what's behind it. It's a great tool. Tease the idea of some stalks there. And don't really have to give this much attention to every part of your painting. Just the spots that counts. Learning how to paint over the years, I used to be someone that puts hours of work into every little detail, and what ends up kind of happening is the subject gets lost. And someone looks at the painting and they're kind of like, cool, but I'm not sure what to look at. Like, what do you want me to look at? You know? That, along with making sure something connects, or everything connects to everything. Makes for a very readable painting. And I still see it done more successfully than I do it myself in other people's paintings. I've learned how to recognize it. Out of curiosity, is the photo of this scene as vibrant as the colors in your painting? No, it's actually much more dull. So I'm interpreting what I think would be the saturated version of it, if that makes sense. What would that be? Like if yellow ochre got some white in it. Little yellow. Yellow Naples, maybe? Actually needs a lot more yellow than let's see. Yellow goes quick, man. Yeah. Oh, it's even cooler. Yeah, it's kind of like my study effort, you know. It's actually nowhere near this amount of saturation. It's very yellow, just this one little part. At least I think it would be. Just that. Sometimes those little anomalies that happen in nature are what make it look the most natural. Like that one single, like you ever find yourself walking through the woods and you just see that like thing happen. You're like, wow, what are the chances of that? I wouldn't think to draw that. Like those are the things that make things look more natural. Weirdly, when placed right. It's weird, like fuzzy-ish grass. I'm trying to figure out how to draw here. It's kind of like this. It gets real red on you quick. This part will take the longest. Working with the saturated colors, like it almost feels like you're going too cartoony with it for a second. Get the highlights on this guy. Or the midtone, I should say. The highlight would be like this. Naples yellow's fun. It's like just dull enough. It's like if a yellow had some white and a like slightest bit of I don't know what else in it. Alright, we can have some fun filling in some of this grass here. It's a little bit plain, gotta fill it in. And as small as these shapes are, it'll still benefit me. Try to keep them connected. Starting real light here. Slightly darker. I love that about gouache, that little interaction that happened there. When I got close to the darker color and it kind of pulled a little bit of it out. I love that, I've gotten used to that. At first it's a little bit hard to babysit, but become a friend. It really helps work out colors. But otherwise you'd have to like spend time mixing, if that makes sense. It's not really shadow, it's just like, it's almost like there's just these different species of grass. Kind of how like a field of grass has like 5 different types of grass in it. Unless it's like super maintained. Red keeps leaking into my green here. I don't know where it's coming from. This is a dry brush situation too. And the texture is becoming what would be the word? Almost like more porous. Because as it gets closer, we can actually see the intricacies of the very, very short, mossy kind of grass. And again, like the more variation and color wiggle you can figure out how to add, the more realism you'll achieve, I think, at least from my experience. Like right coming up to the edge of these rocks, we have a little bit of one second. Girlfriend's calling. Sorry about that. And this is actually supposed to be all like leaves right here. So it's not imperative that I render out this too much here. Sometimes even just having pure gouache on your, or sorry, not pure gouache, just pure water on your brush is enough to give you the effect you're looking for. Come back to my rocks here. You just sort of like play around, build up layers and textures until it, looks the way you want it to. This is the part that, I don't plan. But it's good to have a strong structure underneath. So this green right here is what happens when you get a little too much red in your green. Not that it's a wrong green, but it's just the green that happened in my palette and just letting it happen. And just sort of like try to connect these jigsaw puzzle grass shapes to each other. You know, one could consider that done, but I'm gonna render it further. One last white patch I'm gonna get rid of here. I think it'll help tie it together. See, now my brush isn't doing that. There it is. Sometimes it doesn't even cooperate with me. It's just like perfect amount of water and paint that you need for it to happen. I'll let that other bush dry. Where it went. my tiny brush that I had. Ah, it was hiding. Just bringing in some of the darks. I think the tighter you squeeze the value map, the more challenging it is. In broad daylight, you have a much wider range of values, but in dimmer scenes, you have a much smaller range of values. So the amount that you have to create your contrast is less, so it can be more challenging to balance that, if that makes sense. Here's where we can start refining some of those older brush strokes that were more coarse and impressionistic. I'm just gonna dip right into the dark Pearline green. It's not gonna dry that dark. Committed to finishing my little bush over here. Let's see what linden green does. Cool. That brown color, just haven't gotten there yet. It would be cool to like find out what kind of plants these are and like look up more detailed reference, say. Just lightening it a little bit. Sometimes the palette's colors cross-contaminate a little too much on your light colors, and you gotta take the time to remake them, but that's just part of it. Acrylics, I find it to be harder to maintain. Not quite bright enough, still kind of the same value. Might have to just grab some more out of the tube here. Let's see. Kind of like pretty much burnt sienna right out of the tube. Add a little Naples. See how that fares. Still not bright enough, it's close. Just add a hair of white. Hopefully that's the right color. Sometimes you get a color search. And I might as well come over here and use it while I have it, because some of this color happens like everywhere. Little touches. You know, this would be considered like, okay, first highlight I've added. Oops. Got a little chunky there. It's all about maintaining that water to paint ratio on your brush. Don't want to overdo it. Sometimes I have that thought where I'm like, God damn, I've sure picked a tricky one to make a living off of, haven't I? I want to paint pretty pictures when I grow up. Too far into it now. No turning back. No, you can always turn back, but I'm not. Gotta mix a lighter green here. Not too much lighter, but that's about right there. For those of you who are curious about what my palette looks like, most of the magic is happening here. I put like pure colors up here, even though that's still a mess. But you know, you only need these little areas that you can dip in, and then it's good to go. Hello. Oh. I will be right back. Hey there. Hey there, sorry about that. It's looking so good. Thank you so much. You know, I'm a sucker for highlights and details. Me too, me too. Can only hear the music. Yeah, I had it muted for a second. I was discussing cat things. We were just going back and forth about the kitty. So now I want to bring that dark green back into those highlights I did. Caroline. Caroline Green. Is that dark, believe it or not? Not enough water. It almost becomes a twitch to just dip your brush in water as a water-based artist. want to get rid of the green too much there. And while it's dark perylene still wet, come back in with this green. It appears more on this side. Yeah, it's sort of it's the gradient between the green or the parallel, the dark black and like the brown, burnt sienna-ish color. We have another bush right below. Where's my spritzer? How did I just lose it? Oh yeah, I'm blind. Okay. And here's a good opportunity with the edge here, with the dark, to make this pop. I'm putting it in front of it. Yeah, a little bit of those dead leaves happening again. Just peeking. They actually disappear behind it. So I'll do this. It's not even really blades, it's kind of just... At a certain point, you just gotta like copy or try to interpret like what it looks like rather than trying to draw what you think it is. It'll look better. I'm gonna bring some of this, what I think is gold ochre. Might be red ochre actually. Just barely lines it here. And just start with that filler texture. Gonna actually grab some purple. I haven't touched the purple in a minute. Just little hints of it. I'm just gonna take the violet. It's called bright or brilliant violet. Pure dioxazine. And this is the part where you can play with those strange color accents and see what they do. Get a lot of fun results. I'm gonna grab like a random little bluer color here and just toss it in. Little bit, just like almost questioning if you're seeing it amounts. And it's designed to give your brain that like subconscious dance through the color, ever changing as you look around through color, because color is always changing based on what's next to it. So we could have gone. There it is. wet me palette. To the brighter. It's just a bit too dark in value. There we go. Grab some of our rose. This is right out of the tube. Basically just like a really generic kind of peach skin color, but it turns out to be really, really close to the color I needed. So. So I'll start with a darker green. Here's where it'll look really nice over that shadow there. That could have been a brighter green for sure, but I'll come back in with it in a second. Overdid a little bit here. Might be a bit bright, but I want to just see. It'll always dry a little darker. See, like in this instance, I worked from the mid-tone and then went in both directions. So it's not necessarily like it always has to be like dark to light or light to dark. It could be mid-tone to light then dark, or it could be mid-tone to dark then light, if that makes sense. We'll carry this out a little more. Sometimes an immediate dab, one single dab is can kind of be like a step skipper. Having to find another color where like the color you're using currently, a little transparent, is the color that transitions to the next one nicely. But really making it a point to make sure that that is much darker than that so that it comes forward. There we go, get rid of all the white on the page. You can kind of see it better as a whole idea now. Need a green that's more grassy, a little bit lighter, and then immediately transitioning back to like it actually just stops sort of like that. In this case, the single dab is helping. Let's see what that looks like. It's almost like a little edge of it in between the dead leaves here and going back to the lighter grass. I'm gonna hint at it, I'm not gonna go crazy. It could serve me good to dance around with this color a little bit. Connect these shapes a little better. So this sort of goes here. I would say, you know, at this area, I've only really done the mid and the highlight, or like maybe a few variations of the mid-tone. Here, the grass is preserved. Let me get a different brush here, but there is a pile of leaves. There's like grass here. Much darker. It goes right up into where the leaves will be soon. What I would call a perfect dry brush right there. What just happened? It's like I almost find it's better to let the brush dry out and then dip that into the paint rather than dipping the brush into water first. Sort of red leaf color comes in and creates a channel here. Still a bit of grass. Goes right up to that. Just kind of turning my brush and dabbing at this point. That's more of the color for the smaller brush. This goes right across. Leave that for the plant. Don't have to fill that in. And up here, this part. And this is the Perylene Violet, red ochre, gold ochre, Perylene Maroon. Here's where I can probably use some negative space to save myself time. So rather than like redrawing this grass into this leaf color here, what I can do is just carefully try to sculpt some grass blades with negative space like that. And that'll do good enough to when I come into a little bit more attention there with the finishing highlights, it'll take it the rest of the way. It is a little bit overexposed there, isn't it? Oops. Did not make the same mistake I did earlier. Earlier I went to adjust the camera exposure. There we go. The middle was getting blared out a little bit there. But I went and reached up to adjust the camera, and a big glob of water fell off the brush onto the center of the painting, almost caused me some work. Getting there. Go with a smaller chisel brush. And can start tossing in some of these muted raw siennas, raw umbers, and red ochres. And I've been using pale rose blush to lighten the colors, to preserve the red chroma. Basically, if you're trying to lighten a color or darken a color, if you can find a color that's not black or white, that shares the same properties but it's darker, it's often a better choice. So here's what it'll benefit me to sort of slow down way up in the foreground and try to make actual little leaves. And here's where I would say, this is where you spend the time to do the detail work, because it's where the eye goes for the detail. There's no need to do this way out in the distance. You can, there's artists who do, like Michael James Smith, the one I was mentioning earlier. That guy literally, like, paints pretty much every single leaf on the tree, one by one, individually. But it has a really cool look. But even then, you know, he just has a little bit higher of a threshold before he goes into the blobbery, I call it, where his detail doesn't do that till he's much farther out than most. But at a certain point, you see it transition from seeing every leaf to impressionistic textures. He just has a much more gradual gradient with the detail, as in like very detailed to not detailed. It's much more refined. He really sticks with the same amount of it. Where I do that sometimes and then I sway back and forth. But it's crazy, like you look at his trees and they almost like look fuzzy. Like it's like you're gonna, like you touch the canvas, you're gonna feel the fuzziness of the tree because they're so detailed. Pretty much just making little Pringles. And right here there's another sort of dead crabby grass plant. And the darker maroon builds up right around the bottom of it. So I'm going to prepare that. While our burnt sienna and yellow ochres and red ochres are still activated. Get the grass blades in here. Another way that you can help control your level of detail throughout the painting is like just stick to like 2 brushes the whole time. Never go smaller than your smallest brush, and it will sort of add in this built-in control to your painting to where your brush strokes won't ever get smaller than a certain size. That's a good way to like prevent yourself from overdoing it. Kind of like putting a guitar in an open tuning, so you only have so many choices. Limitation is sometimes better than all the choices. Make more refined decisions. Simpler decisions always equals, or normally equals, more readable. And we want readable as possible. I'm gonna grab some more Caroline Violet. Has run out on my palette now. And I'm gonna toss some more maroon next to it. These are my darkening agents for like the fall leaf colors. I've liked them meeting in the middle somewhere. They're almost the same color, just like one has a little bit more black in it than the other one, but you know, the joy of pre-mixed colors is they don't have to do that black. And just add a couple dark ones right here. Hey. Getting close to the finish line on this one. This is a 9x12, by the way. On a art board, they call it. It's been one of my new favorite things to paint on. It's a pre-mounted watercolor paper on like a rigid foam board. And the main reason I like it is because it stops all buckling of the paper. So the whole time you paint, it's completely flat, and that's usually a feature to watercolor, even if you tape the edges, is that it buckles. And the way pro watercolor artists prevent that is they actually wet both sides of the paper, but because my desk is dusty and dirty and not really, you kind of need like a really clean finished wood table to do that on. That's like Windexed before every watercolor painting, and I just never really wet the back. I see the reason. The reason they wet the back is because A, it doesn't buckle, and then B, your wash phase actually stays wet longer. So that's the reason they do that. But I find that the artboard is a nice way around the buckling, and you don't need to wet the back to have a longer wash phase. You can still like have a longer wash phase with good control of water. So to me, it's kind of like neither here nor there thing. But I've seen some videos and I've tried it myself, and it does work. So it's definitely something I recommend trying if you're gonna get into watercolors. Like, experiment with wetting the back of the paper too, and then doing your sky. Normally the wash is the sky, because what happens is you don't have to spend all this time with dry brushing and blending to get the nice gradients. You basically just put it on really fast, wet it, and the yellow from the sun will blend right into the orange, right into the blue, make that perfect green that's so hard to find in between the yellow and the blue in the sky, and boom, you're done. And a lot of people, they paint watercolor on specific inclines at their table. So like one guy I follow, he has a table that literally has a protractor under it that you can pick the degrees it's at, and he does all his watercolor paintings, he says, at 35 degrees. He finds that if his table's at 35 degrees, that the paints don't fall down the canvas too fast or too slow. I have my table at a little bit of an angle towards me too, so that wasn't intentional at the start, but over time I guess my technique kind of wrapped around that to where I'm used to the paint falling towards me a little bit, so I've learned to work that way. But you can paint it completely flat, and some people can paint it upright completely, where it's like a waterfall. I think it's kind of all how active you want to be with the paint. Some people like to paint really fast and like have it all kind of be painted by gravity and the natural way turbulence happens with liquids, and have it all kind of do that and kind of control the chaos, where I like to be somewhere more in between, where I'll have like an isolated section where I use that technique to get a certain effect, but then really hand paint the other stuff. And it's almost like I'm a mixed media painter, in the sense that like mixed technique. I like to like mix all the techniques together and not necessarily just do one. So I like to wash my skies, and then I like to really hand paint the midground and foreground. But this one contradicts that. I really hand painted this guy. The goal to this painting, so actually the painting just before this one, I was very using the gouache like watercolor, very watered down, transparent until it's solid. And a lot of people use gouache really opaque and thick, and I just wanted to see what that was like. So this went on like really thick. I really hand painted this guy with chunky, thick blobs of paint until it looked right. It really gives it a certain look that I think I really like. And because the paint's very matte, you don't see the lifted texture as bad. But anyway, that's just the spiel about why I like to paint on these artboards. They're really nice. I wish they would be a little bigger sized. Like it just jumps. It's like 9 to 12, and then they're just like huge. There's like no in between from what I've seen, but I'm sure I can order it offline. And it like kind of is like a canvas version of paper. So kind of like how a canvas, you can like auto hang it. Doesn't really need to be framed like this. You can at least like put on a stand. You catch that one. But yeah. So the way these plants, or this plant, is happening, it kind of has the maroon slowly going into the deadness, brown color, whatever you want to call it. So I'm gonna do the maroon first. Can't believe I'm about to blow up Disney next. I can't decide. I think it's definitely gonna be flooded, but I can't decide the next. The coupling. So like flooded and volcanoes, you know? Flooded and black holes, flooded and ice age, flooded and meteor, you know? Flooded and... Because it'll just look cool to have that 3-foot layer, you know, deep water everywhere. Because you'll have the reflections of all the buildings and everything in the water. I think it'll just be a nice touch aesthetically, like moody wise. But I think I really want to go for that unsettling, like yellow, post-apocalyptic, yellow-green sky. It almost looks like there's nuclear toxic gas in the air at all times. I don't know what you'd call that color. It's like I know it when I see it. I'm gonna do a little stop and start of the video recording here. Someday I'll have 2 computers, one meant purely just for recording the screen so we don't deal with all this computer bottlenecking. I think just what happens is like the graphics card gets overloaded. It's like, oh my god, I'm recording a video and I'm streaming and I'm projecting 2 of the monitors and also having another monitor, a virtual monitor at the same time. It's like it probably just craps the bed. Because I know it has something to do with how it sends out the stream. So. It's more of like little piles. The grass is growing out of the pile. Yeah, I'm really taking my time here. These little leaves. Trying out my hand in some of the first ambient occlusion we've seen. Because it has to happen at some point. Ambient occlusion is a double-edged sword in the sense that you can start making things too sharp and then suddenly you want to outline everything. So my advice to you is to pick being on more of one side than the other. One side being impressionistic and the other side being like very sharply rendered. Because then it can look strange. You have this like really rendered corner. You can see every individual leaf and then it's all blobby after that. You gotta kind of balance that. Made that mistake so many times. Helped me in a lot of ways to almost start on pencil and pen and ink for the first half of my life. Because I gained like a discipline of carefulness, not overdoing things that like carried out with me into painting. Because it's pen and ink, once you put too many marks on the paper, it's done. That's how it is. Unless you get some white out, but you can never really get like the blob of the white out of the drawing. It's kind of obvious that you whited it out. And I like the way a pen and ink drawing looks when you like get it first go. Because the white out's never the actual white of the paper. Ever. I've done things where like I've fixed it in Photoshop after uploading it, you know, so that it all matches again. But like in person, when you open the sketchbook, it's not. Get my pale rose blush again. Makes it sound like makeup when they call it blush. I'm about to put my contour on. Contour. I have this one oddball metallic gold and I have no idea what I'll use it for, but we'll have to find a use for it someday. Maybe I'll do some like Egyptian shit. The pharaoh. Or what is it called? The sarcophagus? No. What's the thing called? A big Sphinx. Thank you. Sphinx. What was I saying? What's a sarcophagus? Isn't that like the tomb, but like the Egyptian kind, like the king kind, not like just like a coffin, right? Okay. Like the 9,000 pound flat stone on top of it. You got 97 guys in it. Okay, gotcha. Learn something every day. This reference photo is strange in the sense that there's like, I don't know, something about the sun being blocked by just enough cloud that it like for a second became an overcast day. To where if you've ever really observed the shadows on an overcast day, what happens is everything gets the same exact shadow, and the shadow is sort of this like directly underneath shadow. Because the reason that happens, it's the way light averages out after it bounces, and it's called diffuse light. And once it bounces enough times, it averages out to this perfect little shadow underneath. And so that's why on overcast days, like you'll see every car has the same type of shadow, every object has the same type of shadow, because the light diffuses so much that it's not coming from any particular direction. So like for a second here on this photograph, the sun like passed behind the cloud in this way that like eliminated cast shadows for a second. So in that weird subtle way, it's been very challenging to keep that mood. I'll be right back, guys. I just gotta go pee again really quick. Hey, oh. Oh. Can only hear the music. Oh, that was familiar. Can I see the reference picture? Yeah, sure. 1 second. Wow, you got so much accomplished. Dad needs to go for more heart tests. Oh, I thought I went good though. Didn't you say like it was all chill? Did they like find something? There it is. It's the OG. So you can see it's cropped on the side. So I like kind of added, I like, it's like a little more square than my canvas. So I like made it wider and like drew more of the tree. And then also I have like another tree on the left where it's like, I like made up like an inch and a half on each side, basically. Here you can see like, you can see that whole tree, right? But you see like half of the tree there. And then like on this side, you know, there's more tree there. I made up Jokum tree. Jokum tree. There's actually a little jet plane streak going through the clouds that I tried to get, but I just couldn't get it to look quite right. That's like one of those details that I ended up just finding unnecessary. No, I haven't said it in a minute. But the discount code today is Sunset10. It expires at midnight. And it's for anything off the website, including the originals, including this painting that'll be up there soon too. Usually there's a print version of every single one, starting as low as 32 bucks, with discount code even less. Keep in mind that includes tax and shipping and insurance in case it gets damaged. So the price you see is the price you pay, nothing more. And we also have stickers. Some people don't know, so I like to say. If you've been around for a long time on this channel watching, you know about Morris the Frog and the Magnetic Cow, so there's some inside jokes going on. But, you know, can't hit on the potions. And a couple Easter eggs, like a cave bar mug, or pint glass. I keep calling it a mug. But anyway. Yeah, check it out. Even just scroll through it. See if you want anything. Nice reference. Dad had the valve replaced. Went well. Follow up. He was having heart harness for a month and kidneys creatine levels checked. Okay, so it's just maintenance. I see. Mom is being incredibly negative and dramatic. Well, you know that people are going to be dramatic in those situations. Not everyone can handle stress the same way. Let's see. I indeed hope that they keep coming out positive. Positive results all around. It was a bit brighter than I expected. I overshot it from it taking a lot of whitening before, but we'll dry darker. So it's probably the exact right sweet spot. Perylene. I'm saying Perylene, I think it's Perylene. P-Reline. That sounds delicious. Do you need help? Sounds yummy. Sweet. We have like everything. We spoiled. You got the chicken snacks. Yeah. What? Your 19th book of the week? Oh, nice. Yeah, well, I'm a fiend for painting, so we're even. Oh, nice. Mackays, yes. 5? 4? 5. Nice. It's been a while since I read a good book. I ought to find one again. Kirsten's been book marathoning. She's on like her 7th book of the month. She's killing it.
Well, I'm listening to an audiobook too, so it'll be 13th or 14th since the vacation
Nice.
finished.
She listens to an audiobook while reading another book. Imagine, that'd be crazy. Some people. You have one ear listening to one book, another ear listening to another book, so you have 2 books in your ears, and then you read one, so you get 3 books done at the same time. I like your interpretation of the reference piece. Thank you. Again, I'm like hyper exaggerating the saturation. Almost to the point where the grass is like... It's almost like a pool of green acid on an alien planet. It's hilarious. You can only hear whispering sounds and it's like you're talking to yourself.
Yes.
I am.
I don't exist.
I'm actually crazy, Kate. There's no one here. Alright. I love book marathons. I listen every day. I'm listening to The Lies of Locke Lamore. Or is it Lamore? Or is it The Lees of Loke Lamore?
Lamore.
Lamore. Is it like a fictional novel? Fictional romance vampire novel? The grass looks like it's radiating.
It's very bright grass.
Yay.
Low grass.
I want it to be kind of glowy grass. I think maybe one thing I have to do, even though it's not really happening in the reference photo, is like make where the sun is a little more beamy. But I kind of like that it has the overcasty vibes. I don't know, it's been a weird study. It's been challenging for that reason. It's like there's almost no highlights or shadows. It's just like everything is kind of this really relaxed mid-range in value. So it's kind of like up to me to push it where I want. But if I push it too much, it'll suddenly look like it's daytime when we want to keep it sunset. There's a chart you can study that helps you pick your colors, that shows you exactly what color the sun is at what time of the day. So you can literally look like, all right, I want this painting to be at 2:45 p.m. and then you can go on the chart and it's like, okay, this is like the amount of red and yellow that's in it, or and changes throughout the whole day. So that's also like the big challenge to like plein air painting is you can like your color palette literally changes throughout the entire day. The longer you take, those purples and blues get more rich and less true. And you can really play with that. It's fun to turn the knob on that and see where it takes you. Like, it's cool to just do a painting where all the colors are just 100% true. Just white light and just like a darker version of that color for the shadow. No blue or like red. I was trying to guess what Kay was saying, huh? Lake. There's an E on the end of lock now. Was there supposed to be? Locky L'Amour, not romance. Pukey emoji. It's about trained thrives. Thieves? Thrives? Trained thrives. Two different kinds in a fictional world that mirrors aspects of our own. What are trained thrives? That chart sounds crazy useful. Yeah. And you can kind of generalize it to where you're like, you know, if you're closer to the morning, it's more red. If you're closer to night, it's more red. But if you want to get real, you know, nitty gritty and study, it's a cool chart. Gonna stop and start this recording. Probably look it up, show you what it is. I mean, there's probably like 900 different versions of it, like the color wheel. I don't have like a go-to version of it. I just know it's out there. I've seen it numerous times. Numerous times. Pretty much just the dance of the little details at this point. This is the most unfinished area, this edge, where the grass meets these plants. That has to be nice and fixed. Basically, just gonna have to add some leaves. We're gonna get our chisel brush and make sure that the leaf size is a little bit bigger than everywhere else. The best way to think of it is picture every single object in the universe inside of an invisible cube or a box, whatever the shape is, and then picture that box vanishing out to your vanishing points. If you think like that, literally every single little leaf on the ground, every single blade of grass has its own personalized cube that's vanishing off to the horizon. And you obviously don't have to work out every box for every blade of grass to make sure every blade of grass is in perspective. However, when you think that way, it helps take the flatness out of things and the way you put your brush strokes down. And these leaves are closer, so they're going to be a little bit bigger. Something you can keep in mind to be more efficient is when you're doing like a layering system, like you often do in painting, like dark, light, medium light. Remember that like you don't need to fill everywhere with each one. So like there's going to be triple the amount of marks that I've already just put here, due to the fact that I have to do a mid-tone of the same shapes and a highlight of the same shapes. And I found in the past it's really easy to just like fill the whole thing in with the dark, then fill the whole thing in with the light, and then fill the whole thing in with the mid-tone, or whatever order you do it, because you can go in any direction depending. And just kind of try to imagine the negative space that'll be there for the future leaves to come. Like I'm literally trying to draw leaf shapes with the green negative space that will just be covered up with lighter leaves, if that makes sense. I'm laughing at the music change too, suddenly. I'm weeding these randoms out. No. Kirsten started party dancing in it. What is this? What is happening? What is this called? Live a Lie? It's like if Aladdin went to a dance party. It's basically what this song is. Like picture the elephant coming in town.
The Arabian party.
The Arabian party, yep. Arabian Night. Arabian Nights, oh. I can't find it where to like take it off the... Oh, we'll just start here again. Going in the room. Yeah, it was crazy. There's a few stragglers in there that like got in there because the few streams were all like joking around and like making fun of the music, and it was like that dance party day. So like a bunch of weird shit made it into the playlist because of that. I mean, anytime I can pick any genre of music and change it. Getting a little overexposed there again. There we go. It's pretty close to what I'm seeing in real life. That's the other nice thing about painting with saturated colors is I noticed that like the camera doesn't need much more color correction. I don't know why that's a thing. But like when I'm painting like muted and gray, it's like I have to like jack it up for you to actually see the right muted and grays, which is like weird, but it's probably like a camera sensor thing. Okay, I gotta catch up here. Let's see. Thieves. Okay, so you did mean to say thieves. I figured that. Thieves that are pickpockets and live in a place that was once a crypt. Thieves that live in places of worship and are taught to blend with upperclassmen. I see. Yeah, it's like a more sophisticated thief than just like smashing a window and taking the Doritos out of the gas station. False business deals, yeah, exactly. Money laundering, all that kind of stuff. If I think that graph of stretched cubes of space heading toward the horizon vantage points is a great way to look through your own eyes daily for proportions. Yeah. Everything is in its own cube that kind of constrains it to being in perspective. And it's actually a really good practice. You're trying to draw figures in perspective, because those are one of the hardest things to draw in perspective. Is to sort of draw an elongated box and draw the human inside of it. Adhere to that, and you can see it. The way proportions in certain body parts get exaggerated are like not what you'd expect. Grab some white and just dig into my raw umber here. There's some pretty middle brown leaf colors going on, and I want to capture that. There we go. Again, like, don't go over every single space, like I was saying. It's tempting, because once you find that color, it's like you just want to paint. You don't want to go back to the palette, did all that work to finally mix it. I get it. For a while, my lack of color variation came from absolute, just pure, unadulterated laziness. Of just not wanting to go back to the palette and try to find another color, but it becomes less of a chore, I guess. The more you color mix, figure out ways to have fun with it. And these aren't necessarily all like big chunky leaves. There's multiple different plants here, so it's like a mixed array. Arabian dance party. Zoolander from Aladdin, exactly in regard to the thieves. Gotcha. I think Aladdin is a regular at the Shy Bar. I hear he's a pool shark. The Shy Bar? What's the Shy Bar? I like what happens when I mix the pale rose with raw umber. Gives a nice, it almost immediately gives you like a raw sienna, but not as rich, more muted. Another easy mistake to make with leaves is that they're all facing you, and that's never true. You see tons and tons of sides of leaves, which, you know, think about turning a piece of paper sideways, it's just a line. So, just like the cube thing, remember to turn your leaves and imagine them in different angles, and some are going to be crunched and folded and dried up. Some are going to be crumpled. Or just straight up crumbs. When the leaves get so old and dry, they just start falling apart eventually. And then once you draw a certain nature bit enough, you start getting like different brush strokes for different ones, and you start getting like a sort of a feeling to painting chaos that you pick up on and just hone in. It's like controlling not painting the same exact thing twice ever. Like, think about every single thing in nature. It's like snowflakes, right? Nothing grows the same twice. It's not like man-made objects. So the second you start making every one thing look just like the other on accident, it starts looking a little unnatural. And that's like the challenge to painting nature, is figuring out a way to wiggle your brush or your pencil or your pen or whatever you're using to sort of ensure that every single leaf is different, and there's like a feeling to that wiggle. And like each, you know, at this point, after doing it for so long, I have different wiggles for different types of plants. Like, you know, for evergreen tree, I do my brush in a certain way. I've just like experimented enough so I know my brush is a certain way, Obviously, you gotta know what it looks like. That helps, but there's just certain brush strokes you memorize through feeling after a while. One thing about this Perylene Violet is it's weirdly thin, like it goes quick. Some colors are like that. Like for whatever reason, cadmium orange is just the most intense, ridiculous color. Like the littlest of it goes the longest way, but then like lemon yellow, it feels like you need a gallon of it before it does anything. Or even like starts to go over anything. You learn that like each hue, each color has its own like physics to it. It's like not even so much like how does it react to the real color. It's like the color in itself has its own like properties, and they all want to lighten and darken differently. Like for example, like blue hates getting light, so it's like it's hard to get a really light blue that stays really rich in blue, but it's really easy to get a dark blue that stays rich in blue. If I like opposite side, it's really easy to lighten a yellow and get a really bright, blinding yellow, but hard to get a dark yellow. There is no dark yellow, it's green. But again, like it just shows how much yellow hates getting darkened. Like try to do a painting with like black and yellow. It's really hard. It's like the amount of space you have before it goes dark to light is like really small, and you'll notice that with certain colors. There's some that are right in the middle. You can get a big wide range with them. Some greens and reds like that. Yeah. Every color has its own little thing. Kate's Sky Bar. That bar was before your time, I think. Sky Bar, very techno. Was that like a place to go out in the 70s or something? Oops. Just using the Perylene Violet right out of the tube. I think I threw the smallest dash of black. That's basically non-existent. You might think like, why even care about throwing in that black if you can barely see it? And it's about the subtlety. Like, your immediate forefront brain might not see it, but like your subconscious color brain is picking up on it and playing with those really subtle moves in color, I guess, is where the journey is. Figuring out how to do that. That's kind of like why I was throwing some random blues over here. They don't really belong, but it's trying to make your eyes glide from each color to the next seamlessly, and it not be so like this color, then this color, then this color. And you do that through little accents and little transition colors. They're really subtle. The subtler you get, the more real it looks. A great way to learn to paint is to only start with 3 values: dark, mid-tone, and light. You you finish the whole painting. You lay out the whole painting in just those 3 tones, really strict. You don't blend medium with dark to get an in-between yet. Really strictly block out the painting, dark, medium, light, and then you subdivide it from there. And that's a really nice way to like ease into the complexity of your painting without overdoing it immediately. And once you get better, you don't have to be so rigid. But that's the reason those studies exist and those practices exist, so you can understand what's going on. Because it's easy to do things and kind of, you ever get a good result but you don't know how you got there? Like that's a good way to prevent that, and like know how you're getting your good results, and that's how to improve. Like often I'll have to like sidestep and recreate an effect I got because I don't really know how I did it until I do it like 20 more times. And I'm like, oh, that's what's happening. And then now I can do it at will. And you sort of eliminate this having to guess with it thing. Get some of this white over here. And I'm gonna mix it with the pale rose going on. Just something equally as light but not as rosy. Again, the color wiggle. If you want to go super real, I'd say have at least 3 color versions of each tone, if that makes sense. So like for your mid-tone, have at least, you know, if you're doing like let's say like a leaf, right? You have your dark green, middle green, and light green. Have 3 different versions of that dark green, 3 different versions of that middle green, and then 3 different versions of that light green, but they have to be the same value. That's important. Not darker or lighter, just like same value, different hue. Because you have hue value and chroma, or hue value and saturation, depending on which word you came across first. They're both the same thing. And those are 3 sliders that you can be moving at all times. So you can keep your value exactly the same, but slide around the hue and the amount of color. Or you can keep the amount of color the same, but slide around the value and the hue. And those can you can interchange any one of those and keep any one of those in the same place. And sometimes I go even 4, 5, 6 versions of a certain color, and the more variations of that value you have in color, the more the brain loses the ability to like pick out every individual color, and they sort of start merging together into this really natural, ethereal sort of thing. And it's a thing you have to experiment with to see it happen and control it, but experiment with moving those sliders around, just like you can in a program. I've been calling it chroma a lot lately. I think chroma just feels easier to say than saturation. It's like a shorter word. So it's hard to see, but I just made 3 leaves here that look exactly the same on accident, and that's like a no-no with nature bits. And so I'll just undo that by making them different. I forget which decade, 80s I think, gotcha. Yep, I'm an 80s club kid. It's like I can't say it like that for my dinner. I have to say like I was in the 10s, you know? Or otherwise you say like early 2000s. But like, because 2000s implies like all the way up to now, so it's like you say 2000s, like what, 2024 or 2009? That's a big difference in the world. Technology and everything. And the funny part about the brain is it's really good at taking things the rest of the way for you. So like once you get this much information in a painting, the secret is all you really gotta do is work out a few really obviously like looking leaves. Like, so like right now I'm gonna actually take my fine brush. Finer brush. Finest of the bunch. And really go in to a few leaves on the ground here. Like really give this one a little shadow. Give a couple of them some life like that. And what this does is it tells your brain, it gives your brain a cue to go, that's what the rest of them are, without having to draw them at all. And it's the proper placement of the ones that tell you it's a leaf to the ones that are leafy looking blobs that makes that transition nice. And again, you know, there's the never-ending practice that you do till you die, is just figuring out how to do that better and better. And again, you know, you can be like Michael James Smith and literally paint every single leaf individually, or you can find somewhere in between, or you can be completely impressionistic. But really, for this painting, in this example, we just work out a few here in the foreground. Even give them their little stem, their little veins. Come in with a highlight. And you can play with this in a way where it's like, you know, I suggest you try to push the limits, see what you can get away with before you back up from the painting and it's not enough or it's too little. And so you'll find that like most of the painting in this style will get done fairly quick, and you'll have to just spend, you know, the honed in few hours on the foreground, giving it some lovin's. It's easy to cop out on the foreground because it's taken a while to get there. My advice to you, from, you know, if I could speak back to my younger self as an older, more experienced artist, I would say, slow down in the foreground and just enjoy the details, because that's where they belong for the most part. You know, as you can see, it didn't take me that long to get several tiny leaves there. And now the sun has gone down a little bit. There's always the dance of the camera exposure as I stream throughout the day. I'm going to refill my coffee, heat it up, Give my girlfriend a hug, and I'll be right back. Enjoy this painting time lapse in the meantime. Even though if you already saw it, but that's all I got for now. Thanks for sticking around. The next blaringly elephant, the obvious in the room. I don't know how I should have said that.
Glaring elephants.
The next glaring elephant in the room, there we go, is these rocks in the grass. As well as there's an assortment of scattered leafery everywhere. That needs to happen too, so. This painting is kind of wild. I'm trying to figure out where to focus. The sky is awesome. The middle section, including the naked tree, is so beautiful, and the foreground's detail. It makes the eyes wander in a good way. Cool. Thanks for that detailed description of your experience. It's cool to know. One thing I'm trying, speaking of being planned, one thing I'm trying to execute better these days is there being a secret path that guides you through the painting. A lot of painters do that. Basically, in this painting, I'm using the golden ratio, they call it. That's my secret path. And basically, it's just they've discovered over hundreds of years of painting that it's aesthetic if you put your focal point. I think it's 1.618. 1 to 1.618. So if I was to divide this canvas up roughly to the golden ratio, the space on this side would be the 1, the space on this side would be the 1.618. It's roughly around that. And if you divide a canvas up like that and keep going, you'll get that Da Vinci spiral, or whatever you call it. Can't remember what it's called, but it's another way besides the rule of fifths and the rule of thirds to divide up your canvas, and it just sort of sits nicely for some reason. So I've been, but some people just literally, there's like a path going through the painting, or there's like the way that things are lined up. There's a lot of ways to do it. It's literally probably a whole class in school is dedicated to how to just lay your painting out on the paper in different ways with different focal points. The whole science, and a science that I haven't gone through 100%. So it's something I'm always experimenting where I'm placing my subjects. Experiment with this weird blue-gray I made that I never used. Has this cool like cypress green turquoise in it. And there's probably some areas in the grass that could use a little bit more shadow work. These rocks in the ground aren't the most like glaringly obvious things, so they don't need to be like crazy rendered. It's kind of implied, and that's your judgment call to make, like whether you think it's important to the piece or not. I can at least guide you in the way and say like not every single thing is important in the piece. So start there. Start by knowing not every single thing is important. And so if you're finding yourself in a place where you're keeping everything, then you're probably missing the point. It's a lot like video editing. As a cameraman, when you're a cameraman that edits his own videos, it's very easy to get caught up in the trope of wanting to keep every shot you took. And I probably chop out 90% of what I film, and that's probably the right amount. So you'll find you can refine things a lot more to a simpler main idea. Poor Porky can't even get up on the window chair. Yeah, he's like on and off with it. He's just helping the kitty. Oh. Then he immediately hops down. Classic.
No, you can't hop up here, bud.
Not when you're feeling like that. I want you to hurt yourself. In the same way, you don't want anything to look the same. To draw nature bits properly. Try to make the spaces and the groups and clumps that you put them in not the same also. It's sort of how, like, you know it's water spirals, right? But not one water spiral is ever the same. It's like organized chaos. Like it's like paradoxical to talk about. Because in one way there is a way to draw it correctly, but never draw it exactly the same. And an easy way to do that visually, I guess, that I realize as I'm doing it. Like, you know, you can look at a bunch of ants on the ground. You can, like, follow one ant, or you can sort of unfocus your eyes or open them up to a bigger peripheral and look at all the ants happening at once. And then when you do that, you kind of see just like a map of ants going in different ways. And you can see the spaces in between them and stuff, and that's sort of how I visualize the gaps between, like, tree leaves or clouds, or there's a sort of overall feeling to them when you back up that feels right. And just gotta draw a lot of weirdly positioned stuff before you figure out how to position it right. Here's where I have to get Michael James Smith about it. Because at a certain point, stuff is just too close to ignore what it looks like. Missing one value brighter in here. I'm gonna get some white. I actually have to go refill my spray bottle real quick. It's running out. Take me 1 second. Oh. Need the spritzer bottle filled. It's utmost importance to the workflow. That should be bright enough. Helps to take the cap off your brush before you use it. You can overdo highlights easily too. So be sure to maintain that zoomed out vision. Just step back from it, every single one almost. Easy to get caught up in it and go too far. The brighter whites are really good for bringing out those little specific edges on things. And these leaves out in the grass here, they're missing their shadows, which they will get soon. Experiment and see how many different types of shapes you can get out of one brush. You'd be amazed at the amount of different ways you can use one type of brush. Start thinking outside the box with it. You get different strokes if you know, granted that some brush strokes kind of ruin the brush, but that's part of it too. Honestly, a good ruined brush is just as good as a brush that isn't sometimes. It does that perfect mark that you need. I actually like when my brushes get old and damaged, they just go into a new cup. That's like the damaged brush cup. And I use all those kind of brushes for different textures. And out here, they're pretty much back to the blobbery. Don't have to do anything too crazy specific. Missed when you showed the photo, so sorry for asking, but is that a tree or a large bush in the middle of the thing? I would call it a tree. I think it's a tree. Because the tree right here is probably like 30 feet high. Like 25, 30 feet high. If you were standing next to it, you wouldn't make it to that first branch. So that's, 15, 16 feet high. A basketball hoop and a half in height. Here you go. Grab a little bit of a darker green. Though small. It will attach the leaves to the ground a little bit more if they have a little bit of their own shadows. Just a small little touch. Makes them look less out of the universe, I guess, for lack of a better way to say it. Sort of like, trying to think of like a good way to visualize what I'm talking about. Like sort of like if you took a photograph and then went in Photoshop and like just started plopping other leaves that you cropped out from another photo over it. They just kind of look detached. Yeah, no problem. Huh? Oh. He puked earlier once, but it was like clear, like nothing came out. Kind of puke. Love where you went with the saturation even more now. Yeah, and there's also an inch and a half interpreted on both sides. So like if you look at the photo, the tree is cut off like here. like this. So I just kind of made up an inch on each side, which was, you know, nothing really, just kind of like continuing the textures. We're just using the same Paraline to do some rock shadows. At this point in the painting, I dance around a lot because it's like not really like any particular areas. Clearly the next step. Just kind of keep going till the details feel right. These rocks are pretty inset into the grass. So you'd see the indent more on this side. So I picked a little bit too dark of a color. Whip out the old hair dryer really quick. Thank you so much, Steph. Trying to connect shapes here a bit more. The rock is very combined with the grass. It's not like rock. It's very combined with the grass. Take some of this Naples yellow. And I kind of want it to be transparent. Yeah, it's just basically this sort of dead grass that's happening. In little patches, it's not like... It's not everywhere. And I'm dry brushing right now. Because you don't want to overdo, like, going over stuff sometimes. Nice way to control it. And 1 second, guys. Sorry guys, I'm just talking about the kitty. Important kitty stuff. I'm thinking about not waiting for the appointment and bringing him in. Because you know you'd hate to wait, right? Something go wrong, so we're not sure. Just talking it over. Appreciate y'all tuning in today. It's been a lovely stream. Not sure I'll be able to take this right to the finish line today. Close. the discount code that expires at midnight. Sunsets 10. Or sorry, sunset 10, not sunsets. There's a pretty clear shadow here. Bring that out. One of the few. So I might as well. Really attaches this to the ground more. And you know, no need to be afraid to pull certain things out that should be there. There are times to make those executives' decisions and ignore whatever you're studying. It's a subtle shadow. It's not. It's like, it makes you question if there's one or not. Vibes to the fur, baby. Thank you. Needs them. Yep, we just did. That's what we were just talking about, where she just got off the phone. Basically, we got them to bump up the appointment a day earlier. Each one of these leaves get their own subtle little shadow. I'm like, the brush is pretty much 100% dry. I'm just barely getting pigment on there. I'm just kind of splashing it around right next to the leaves here. This one needs its black line. See, that one I removed some paint on accident. Very subtle. You don't want to apply everything in your painting with the same intensity. Sort of how I talk like about the color wiggle. You want to wiggle everything. Little variations everywhere. Of every aspect. Particularly talking about landscape art and nature art. Mostly. Depends on what you're drawing. That decides like the rigidity level. Like how strict you are about things. Each little tone variation will add that much more dimension. It's up to you how far you want to take it. Put some here. Wasn't necessarily what I wanted to do there. I'm just jumping around trying to smooth out anything that seems strange or jagged or out of place. It's getting blared out a little bit. I think what I'll be doing, like, you won't be missing much. Basically, just gonna add more leaves scattered about besides just here. This plant needs to be worked on in the shadows, as well as this one. It's not much more than the signature after that. Just go a little darker here. It's like almost a tree shadow. Sort of like implied. Same thing here. It's very subtle. But when I add it, it looks right, so. It's like that level of subtle. Carly and Myla are here watching and say hi. Hey, what's going on? We're about to get going here, unfortunately. But I appreciate you. Appreciate you looking for a minute. Hope you're having a good day down there. Like 900 degrees, or is it like perfect out right now? Just kind of hopping around trying to connect everything in a fractal kind of way. They almost kind of connect like neurons. Or like if you've ever seen the way they depict like the dark web of like the universe, the dark matter web that holds everything together. It's like that kind of a negative space shape. Just right on the edge here. Just need to smooth out a little bit. Be sure to tune into your platform of choice for tomorrow's painting time lapse. It will be uploaded. I think it's 9 a.m. I have it scheduled. Those, you can see the process in a faster way. Learn more in the sense that you're not seeing it happen so gradually. I know when I see my paintings go by fast like that, I learn something. The best experience, or the best place for the best experience to watch that would either be YouTube or Facebook. I've been having a lot of problems with TikTok. To where it, they keep muting my videos. So if you watch on TikTok, you'll probably see that my dang videos are muted. But I've given up the fight. I don't care. I'm just keeping them silent. I couldn't bear to wait through another render just for it to tell me that the song is not good. And the thing is that it shouldn't be, because I literally have my TikTok on a whitelist and I'm paying for the music, so there's just something about the way they're communicating with my music provider, I guess, that's broken, and it's not like picking up that I have it whitelisted, so I don't know what's going on. But again, if you want them sound, it's watch it on YouTube or Facebook. A lot of leaves to add scattered about. Even over here, there's some. Making sure to keep them smaller as they go far away. Always keep that perspective in mind. Kind of looks nice that it's connected to this pile here. Looks like, you know, it's kind of, it's showing its origins. Could use a little shadow. That only had one color with it there. Same with these. Could even dip into the Perylene green. You can see, you can dance around like this forever, just touching shit up. And it's fun. I find this the part of the painting where I'm not thinking so hard and it's relaxing. Just kind of filling in a coloring book at this point. Your desire. Like this needs its black area. And sometimes, you know, you have a second. If you don't like what you just put down, you can just literally swipe it off with your finger really quick. Alright. Some missing leafery. Pretty much grabbing pure white with like the slightest bit of pale blush rose in it, because I want to keep the chroma high in this experiment. Trying to keep just a little bit of red in there. You can't even really tell. And I just need it for these leafies. With Final Touch bright colors, you don't have to be afraid to grab a nice thick amount of paint, because in my experience it's just nice when it covers first try. As you can see, it already dried like crazy dark compared to where it went down. Sometimes it takes 2 coats with gouache. really super fine brush. And grab like a burnt or a raw umber and some perylene violet. Mix them together somewhere around there. And just a few stray little weeds. Just to make this area feel a little less empty. It's a subtle touch, but it's something. Make sure that feels a little bit farther back. Actually, it was a little bit too dark. Goes the opposite way though. Often how I'm like, ooh, that's too light, but it'll dry darker. Often you go, ooh, that's too dark, and then it dries lighter, so it's both directions there. These tiny, tiny brushes, they dry out real fast on you. These sort of things are scattered about to a point where you can almost just, you don't even need the reference photo anymore. These are little harmless details you can have fun exploring with. For the more timid type, you're looking to like take a risk. Little, like weed plants or something you can throw around and not overthink. These plants here. Could have a little touch of shadow just on the bottom of them. Occasionally comes up a little bit. And this is where you're crossing into hyper rendering, and I like to do it here and there. It's been a really fun painting, I must say. Enjoyed this one a lot. And sometimes the best dry brush is one that you're almost not even sure you're gonna get any paint off of it. Almost as dry as you can go. Like, gotta rub your brush on the paper several times, or even rotate it to find that one little bit of paint that didn't dry quite 100%. There's a lot of little subtleties in painting like that. Like, it's completely dry, so I just gotta dip it in the water again. It's kind of like there's a timer. You dip the brush, and you get like a Goldilocks zone for 30 seconds before you have to sort of maintenance its state it's in. I'm just going around to the things I laid in, but I didn't finish. Basically, pretty much grabbing the first large amount of black I've ever used in this painting so far. I've managed to just use darker variants up until this point that I needed it much darker. And I'm mixing it with the Parylene green, and I'm grabbing a little bit of indigo. I'm going to do a little test spot here and see how dark it dries, because it might dry dark enough. I've run into that many times. Darker. It's almost there. I don't want it to be pure black, but very close. For a second, I almost thought I wasn't recording. Like, damn it. Another piece of advice when using these tiny brushes is dip them every like 2 seconds if you're trying to cover a big area. You don't get many strokes with it. It's just areas like this. Didn't quite get dark enough. I'm not trying to go over everything, I'm trying to preserve. Looking about right. Somewhere around there. It's pretty much along the whole deal here. One of the fastest decaying states of a brush is that sweet spot where it's inky and flows nice. The other thing I'm trying to keep in mind, I'm just trying to connect the shapes again. Keep the dark shadow chunk as one big area that you could outline. brain picks up on it as a strong silhouette. Some certain negative spaces are harder to draw than others. But sometimes you can get away with not having to relayer everything. Just keep stepping back from it and checking. Right here, it's and you can at least do minimal damage to where all you do is come back with a few touches of the other color. So like right here, it goes into another dark cavity. These midsections of the grass are sort of the hard part for like drawing negative space backwards. As in, like, normally you'd just have the layer before, and then when you painted over the highlight, it would automatically create those nice negative areas. But to save time, I'm trying to draw it in here. Just reverse engineer the brushstroke. Chop into the green, creating those grass blades in the reverse way. Needs it right here. This one barely connects to this one, but it does. Just preserve those, and then right here we get another layer of nice separation. I think the way I've been more successful with the opposite blades is coloring into them like that. I don't want the top there to be too dark, and I'm keeping mindful to make sure I add the gravity onto the blades and not keep them so stiff and upright. Just work my way around until it feels about right. You have inspired art. We are all gonna paint and draw now. Yes! Hell yeah. I just picture y'all all sprawled out on the ground with a bunch of crayons and paper or something. That's where, like, in the movie, I would step back and be like, my job here is done. I'm also going up to edges here to make them pop more, so that these nice yellow ochre buds are like popping over that black background. I might have went a bit dark here, but it's the name of the game. Occasionally follow one of those blades out, really draw it out, refine it. Just like the leaves over here, you know? Speaking of that, get the shadow for that guy. Shadow for that guy. You can sort of like talk to yourself privately as you go throughout your drawing and ask questions about it. You know, often like through the asking of the questions, you'll know what to do next. I don't know if that makes sense. That's kind of how I do it. Just little hints of the grass peeking through. You don't want to keep those things because that would happen in real life. It's pretty close. Like opposite upside down V strokes. He's loving the window. Where he's like, yeah, that's where he's like found his comfort today. And you know what? I don't think I can steal the satisfaction from y'all of peeling the tape today. Even though I'll probably add a few marks to it once the stream ends off camera. But I've decided I will give you the pleasure of watching the tape be peeled before stream ends, and yes, the pleasure of the peel. Because at this point, so close. It's a very victorious end to a song. Yeah, like literally. The place where I belong. Like that was the end of the Hercules song. Yo, YouTube, can you just like throw this stream out to millions of people? Thanks. Be sweet. Got a little chunky there. I had to fix that. Feeling good about this bush. Slightly lighter green. I want to do everything the same dark color. Again, color wiggles. Gotta wiggle those colors. Get wiggling. Here's a challenge for you. 4 brush strokes max before you have to change the color. Trying to decide like how to do a paint along with y'all. Want to do a live stream that's designed entirely around everyone having a canvas. You know, I'm thinking about making it a paid class, you know, like $5 a ticket or something. Like the amount of work I'm gonna have to put in to design it and make it all right, so that it's very follow alongable. I think that's more than worth it. And then everyone's a paint along, you know. Everyone does the same painting, and it's more fun because we're all gonna be in the Discord and we're gonna share the paintings at the end of the stream. Critique them, you know. I can give you my advice on where you could have done better or where you didn't need to do anything at all, because it was the most perfect painting I've ever seen. And I think that'd be a fun thing, but I'm still designing it in my head. What I'd paint, how I'd want to go about paywalling it and all that stuff. But if that sounds like something you're interested in, sort of like a class, sign up for it, event type deal, then let me know. Let me know in chat. Smash that like button. Yeah. These rocks don't have enough white speckles on them. That's the problem. You know, a little trick sometimes that works. Get the paint down quick, still wet, in a pattern. Oh, there wasn't enough paint. So basically you can get like a couple blobs down and then sort of copy stamp them with your finger quick. And it's great for like kind of moving a texture over. There's a great digital tool called... Oh dang, I can't remember what it's called. It's like I think it's called the Stamp. But basically you can select anywhere in your drawing and it will copy that area wherever you draw somewhere else. So like, for example, if I wanted to like, for example, you could work out an area to the way you like it with the texture and everything, and then you can just like pick that area and then draw that texture everywhere else. It's a great tool when you're trying to make like seamless textures for video games. So you all like are legitimately doing art right now? That's awesome. I think for the last trick, I'm gonna get some pure white. Just trickle it here and there. There's always a couple specks of pure white somewhere. I find that it adds a lot of realism. Wanted one more variation. Like I was saying earlier, for each value area, like light, medium, dark, I have 3 or 4 different colors for each one. I would say this is the 4th highlight variation, would be this bright white. And it's more designed not to make it look right, but to bring your eyes around the painting. Even though it's an unsuspecting catalyst, I find that on this picture, the very bright, tiny pieces of leaves are the most, like, they out of the things in the painting, it's like top 3 what draws my eyes in to different areas of it. So and you can think of it as like black's cousin to like making things look sharp, like just like pure black outlines and ambient occlusion. The opposite of ambient occlusion, those really, really sharp, really, really piercingly bright highlights bring the sharpness as well. And you'll find them in little spots like here, like on the tip of a couple of plants, you know, just to brings that dimension in. A little here and there. It's not, you know, it's not something you want to go and add to the edge of every single thing. It's the opposite of that. One thing that stuck with me one day, I forget who said it, but it was like, you had to split your painting up into like a color palette, like a 3-color color palette to keep it point simple. You want like a ratio of like 60% of the main color with a bunch of variations of it. Then you want 30% of your secondary color, and then like 10% of this like really popping accent color. It's a really good rule of thumb to go by. So like, for example, in this painting, we have probably the 60 in this is blue because it's in a lot of the shadows too, and then the 30 is green, and the 10 are like the reds and deep purples and maroons. And there's all these secret ratios you can apply to your compositions like that just make everything feel more aesthetic. Like the golden ratio where you're placing it in the frame, you know, what's your value map, how strong your shapes are, like all the things I've talked about today. When you start becoming aware of all these sort of aspects you can control to enhance the main idea, it starts getting really fun. It's a lot more than just painting a picture. A lot of dimension and layers. It's kind of like music. A lot like music, often enough. You have rhythm, you have harmony, you have melody, but it keeps going. Tone, volume, space. There's a lot of other aspects to music. Tempo. And you could have a class on each one of those separately. Mastering them. Hello, I just want to let everyone know that you are all amazing, wonderful, and beautiful people, and that deserve all the love and happiness and appreciation. Aw, double. Thank you. Right back at you. Appreciate the positive vibes. Hope you're having a great day. Good to see you here. Double O Joe? Double O Joe, I like your name. Rolls off the tongue nice. Everyone give some love, Double O Joe, in the chat. This has been a lovely stream, I must say again today. Thank you for everyone who joined. Getting to peeling the tape soon here. So stick around, Double O Joe. You hopped in at the best part. Just need about 10 more minutes. I mean, I think it's the best part. light. We need it on the rocks too. This rock is very close up. Thank you, glad the name rolls off the tongue. What's up? Well, we've been painting for, geez, what am I on now? Wow, this stream's already been 7.5 hours. Can you believe that? But basically, just been working on finishing this one today. Painting I've been meaning to wrap up. High saturation experiments. But we're about to finish up here. Probably a few touch-ups I gotta do off camera, but I promised y'all I'll give you the satisfaction of peeling the tape. So that's what we're about to do, is peel the tape. And it just makes it feel like a window. It's like completes it. It's like the last step. You know? It's a cherry on top. And just been dancing around here last hour, getting these last details wrapped up, because you know how the foreground goes. It's got a lot to say. Can't expect to see our son hanging out and having fun. Indeed. We like the chill vibes here. We also game stream sometimes. I'm working through my way Ocarina of Time again. Zelda. Been reliving the experience. I think I just beat the water temple is where I left off, so I felt the itch to go work on some of that again too. But we're gonna try to be here every other day, streaming live to you, doing some art, doing some things, whatever we're doing. Unless life gets in the way, which it can. Not all gonna be 7.5 hours, but today was one of those days. I knew I wanted to send it. I woke up feeling sendy today. That's rough. Water temple is not fun, dude. No kidding. I like embarrassed myself on it for like 2 straight hours. I remember like it was so close to the the boss. I beat Dark Link, so close to the boss, and I just like couldn't remember or figure out how to get the water to the second level again. I just couldn't remember because it was like there was a large gap in between the last time I played it and that time, and I remember I found it already and I just ran around in circles for like 2 hours. It was so bad. But that's the water temple for you. The other ones aren't as bad. You know how it is. Hey, welcome back, Stephanie. I think one of my favorite parts to this scene is like all these little leaves that ended up around the little bushes. I don't know what it is about them. They're just very aesthetic. Aesthetic. Just a couple here. We're getting close. Honestly, the main boss of the water temple is astronomically easier to fight than Dark Link. Like, I'm surprised Dark Link isn't the last boss of the water temple. And like the main boss is just like an elite. Because all it does is it just comes out of the water, looks at you, you just dodge it, and then you hit it with your Megaton hammer. And rinse and repeat. Dark Link, like it felt like I had to bug the game to beat him. It's like I just could not hit him. So I had to like find this weird way to like throw a Deku Nut in the right time and freeze him. And it's like, it almost felt cheap how I beat him. Honestly, I feel like if he was able to transform into the Zora traversing would have been fun, like Majora's Masks. Transform into the Zora traversing, what do you mean exactly? Is that like from a different Zelda game? Thing is, okay, so I only played the beginning of Majora's Mask. I didn't play through all of Majora's Mask, so I missed a lot there, unfortunately. But I think when I finish my playthrough of Ocarina of Time, I'm gonna have to try out Majora's Mask once and for all, because it'll truly be a first time experience, like beyond like the first town where you timed. I don't even, aren't you timed the whole time? I don't remember. Oh, never mind, pretend I never said anything. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't hear anything, no spoilers. Yeah, no, Majora's Mask, I didn't see any of it up to like, I just remember running around the town and like kept messing up and the moon kept crashing into the planet over and over again. And I think I rented it from Blockbuster. That's what it was. I rented it from Blockbuster and I only had a few days to play it. And I just kind of like never revisited it. I didn't buy it again. But I'm sure, just gonna raise the exposure there. I'm sure if I took it home full time, I would have done better. So. And I didn't keep up with the Zeldas after that. So I played up to like the Fire Temple on the one that was on GameCube. It was the one on GameCube. Twilight Princess? Was it Twilight Princess or Wind Waker? Wind Waker. I always swapped the two, but whatever one was first, before like the most recent crazy open world RPG Zelda, the one that's like has a lot of similar vibes. There's something about like a wolf or something in the beginning, like a ghost wolf or something. You have to figure out how to leave this town. I remember being like stuck in that town in the beginning for a good minute. I have my issues with Majora's Mask, but I like the themes and everything else, and it's really the darkest Zelda game. Is it? Okay. I like dark. Yeah, no, it seems like a really cool story. I just know a lot of people like complain about it because of the whole like stressful timed thing to it. Wind Walker and Twilight, does it look more cartoony? Yeah, it's kind of what do you call it? Like it's more cell shaded style, like not quite like Kingdom Hearts, like literally a black outline, but yeah, more like cell shaded. I think it came out on GameCube first. It's been so long. I played it over my friend's house up to the Fire Temple. I remember I got like up to getting the boomerang or something. I didn't have the game at home, so I didn't get to work on it later. Adding more color variation. By the way, in case you don't know, website, art store. Anyone that hops in the stream, they automatically get a 10% discount code off. at the website. It's at the bottom. Sunset 10. It expires at midnight every day I stream. So, figured you deserve to know that there's a gift. Free gift. There was just something I remember doing with a wolf. I don't know if it's all about a wolf. It's just like in the beginning. Could have grabbed some of this green. Make it really transparent though. And toss some. I think just this limey green here is just a little unworked. Just needs a little bit more attention. Really subtle though, because I want it to stay bright. It just needs to be chopped up a little bit more. All right. Few more leafies can do us good. Just over here. You got caught by the wind and got blown way out. They sort of get more and more scattered as they move out here. All right. Reactivate my bright leaf colors, Beauty of Gouache. That dark color was really only meant to be like completely the ambient occlusion color. Honestly, they don't even add that much, or the picture doesn't even have that much variety in it. It's really just a white blob. But I'll take it the extra mile for the hell of it. And then some white. Spray that white. Honestly, not sure I'll ever even play the new Zeldas, like the new news. Alright, and accidentally painted over the little shadow on a couple of them, so I'll just come back really fast. And the very last touch, which made them look finished, is just that little bit of dark grass color right underneath the leaves. And then we peel. I recommend them, they're fun. Okay. Well, do I have to own like a Nintendo Switch to play them, don't I? I'm playing Metroid Dread. Is that an older game or a new one? or like a new game that's designed in the light of old arcade. My main game is still like Path of the Exile, Skyrim, and World of Warcraft. Or Elder Scrolls in general. Minus Elder Scrolls Online. They unfortunately dropped the ball years ago. Became a cash grab game. It's tragic because it's such a giant, awesome, amazing RPG, but money. Okay. The green. After these green shadows, we're peeling. One there. One there. It's a Sutto thing, really. I'll have to look up Metroid Dead, look up some gameplay footage. Nope. I didn't know I had black paint on my hand. Whoops. Just make that a leaf. Okay. It's time. Here we go. This has been taped for quite a while, and something I've learned is that you gotta be a little extra careful when that happens. And these artboards a little more delicate than the average watercolor piece of paper. I'm gonna stop and start my video again here. Okay. Peel the right side first. Peel, peel, peel. Oh man, I love that satisfying white edge that happens, man. Oh, so good. It just becomes a picture suddenly. Nice, that one was clean. Oh. Let's see, what's the next? This is the next one. Always peel away from your painting, because if you don't, you can pick up a piece of paper that then peels into the area that's painted. Done it many times on accident. I always peel away at sort of like a 45-ish degree angle. And if you go too much this way, too much 90, it sort of picks up the paper a bit more. So I find that 45 is nice. It sort of like controls it. Wow, that was a good edge too. Sometimes the paint sneaks through and you get that little puddle. You can fix it with white paint though. Okay, this is the next one. Can't get it. There we go. Ooh, the paper barely even peeled up on this side. Sometimes too, what helps is you tap like the piece of tape on your shirt or your pant leg a few times and it'll be strong enough to keep the paint out, but not so strong that you have to worry about the paint getting ripped up, or the paper. The last line. Man, these lines are coming out great on this one. Nearly perfect. There's one blemish here on the side, but you can barely tell. Oh man. Finally there. It took a good minute. Look at that. When I tilt it away from my photo light, you get that nice true color right there. Sweet. Thank you so much for watching, guys. Another one in the bag. Anyway, thanks for hopping in, Double O Joe. Stephanie. Anyone else still here? Kate. Russ. Daniel. Star Trek. Y'all hopped in today. Hope you have a great rest of your night, and be sure to share in Discord stuff when you get the art y'all do. I want to see what y'all are making. Enjoy your Metroid Dread there. I hope you win. And remember, discount code expires at midnight. Everything down to $5 stickers, so check it out. And keep a lookout for the painting video that'll be uploaded tomorrow. You can watch it on TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, or Instagram. And I will see you, what's today? Is today Monday? I'll see you Wednesday for the next stream. Thank you so much. See you next time.